Yeah, no preamble today. I need a shiny. We're just getting right into it. I'm not waiting for people to get here. Guys, I'm getting a shiny. I freaking love Mantine, etc. Whatever, so on and so forth. Guys, let's find a freaking shiny. Let's get this freaking layout out of here. I hate this thing. I hate it. I hate this. I hate it. I had nightmares again last night. I despise this thing. Let's find a freaking shiny. We got hat time. Guys, let's go for frame 1 cock. It's what you want. It's not what you're gonna get, though. Guys, let's find a freaking shiny. I don't even care. Literally anything. Literally, you know, last night, I couldn't sleep because I was so mad about Skyfish Jack's Natu. I'm pissed the freak off about Skyfish Jack's Natu. I'm being so for real. 300 something? Give me a break. Yeah, right. Yeah, this stream's radioactive. Hope you find Stantler. That would be a dream come true. 4% Kangaskhan at Fled? That's still crazy, though. That's nuts to see. You know what sucks about this layout and why I extra want it to go away? I spent 30 minutes just trying to align my phone camera to the games. And I don't think I did a good job. Because, like, my phone is the camera. I have to take my phone off to use it when I'm not streaming. So I have to put it back in this arm that moves every time I put it in there. And so, like, the games are... Listen, it's torture. Get me out of here. Found a shiny Stantler and Soul Silver 10 minutes after you ended. Are you for real right now? Did you catch it? It fled? Okay. Hopefully it shows up in my game. Having a panic attack looking at this layout? Yeah. No, me too. I want it gone. I need to find a shiny and it'll go away. I need it gone now. Actually, I need it gone day one. I need it gone yesterday. See, I'm not too bothered by Gen 3 Stantlers. I'm looking for specifically a reclaim. Stantlers run away from me like 4 times in Heart Gold. I need to catch it. Or at least see it again. 9 months? Hot dog! Thanks so much for that. That's so cool. I really appreciate it.
Hot dog.
Why is everyone stealing my luck? Stop that. I need it. Don't you guys want a Safari Week video? I'm like... Thanks for the shiny luck. I'm like actually sad. I'm like upset that no matter what I do, 2025 Safari Week video starts with this layout. There's nothing I can do. It's already too late. It's already too late. We couldn't have waited till the second phase, you guys. Guys, we couldn't have waited till the second phase. This had to be the first one. This layout had to be the first one. We couldn't have built up to the insanity. You guys really want the 2025 Safari Week video to start like this. Evil Safari Week layout. We're evil mode. Radioactive style. The evil, sick, and twisted way. Yeah, no matter how the Safari Week turns out, I do think I'm going to title it the worst Safari Week ever, because I just really think it's funny that if someone were to watch the Nova League Safari playlist, it would go directly from the best Safari Week ever to the worst Safari Week ever. That's true. You know what? That's a good point. Yeah, yeah. With enough big number fairies, if we go over odds enough, not only will the video start with this layout, it'll also end with this layout. First ever one shiny Safari Week. Worst ever so far. Sparkly Aria? Is that a reference to Sparkling Aria, the signature move of Primarina? The Gen 7 water starter? It is? Hell yeah. Freaking love Gen 7. I think my lowest number of shinies for Safari Week is 4. For that Safari Week that I went to 58k. Because we found Noctowl, then went to 58k for Quagsire, and then found Abra and Smeargle. Yeah, if I find more than one shiny, I think I'll start with the second one and be like, yeah, so I skipped the first one because this is what the layout looked like and I didn't want to scare you guys off right at the beginning of the video. Just do it out of order. Did you guys see that that Sonic Racing game is going to have SpongeBob and, like, Avatar: The Last Airbender and like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? I have like a conspiracy theory. I have a little bit of a conspiracy theory about the Sonic Racing game, which is that it wasn't going to be a Sonic Racing game. I think, you know that Nickelodeon Smash Bros? I think the Nickelodeon Smash Bros didn't do well. And maybe they were thinking about doing like a Nickelodeon racing game. And then they're like, no, what we should do is attach the racing game to an IP that we know does well. And then just put Nickelodeon stuff in it. They did a race game ages ago? Yeah, but my conspiracy theory is that, like, they were gonna do one again. And then realized that it wouldn't do as well as a Sonic racing game with Nickelodeon characters in it. Also, Minecraft Steve is in it, so I unfortunately have to get that game. A time lapse of it getting worse and worse. That's a good idea. But yeah, no, unfortunately I have to purchase that video game. Because, like, at first I was thinking, like, maybe not. But, like, Ruby and I have been playing a lot of Mario Kart World. And Ruby's, like, a huge Sonic fan. And, like, Minecraft Steve is in it. So I think we're legally obligated to go halvesies on it, I think. Sonado in Crossworld, so true. It's got Miku. Yeah, it's getting Minecraft Steve, Minecraft Alex, and Minecraft Creeper. I think I'm gonna be Minecraft Creeper main. And Persona, yeah. What on earth am I looking at? Yeah, you and me both. This happened rapidly. Rapid descent into madness. Chat's obsessed with Stantler now. Oh man. So we back on the track. Guys, I got my freaking I got my Weird Ear shirt. I got a shiny Weird Ear on my shirt. Today's Stantler Day. I can feel it. You see that? Weird Ear on my shirt. It's Stantler Day, you guys. Today, it's definitely gonna happen, you guys. I can feel it. It's going to definitely for sure happen. Today's Stantler Day. Why aren't you green? I stopped being green at 10,000 encounters because I was sick of being green. I didn't think I'd be green for that long. And then I hit 10k and I thought, you know what, maybe we should buckle up for the long haul. I don't want to be green the whole time. I would love to find a shiny today. I don't care what it is. Something, anything. Get this layout out of my face. Guys, I did so much prep work to get my layout, my room ready, and like my desk and all my trinkets lined up so that my background looked interesting and that I had a bunch of cool stuff to look at. I spent so much time. It's all covered up right now. It's all completely obscured. Targets besides the deer, Stantler and Natu are both on my bingo board. But I would love to see Houndoom, 5% Houndour, 5% Heracross, 5% Pikachu. Another Giraffe Rig would be cool. And a Quagsire Reclaim would be sick as hell. Although I would love to just see Quagsire and have him dip immediately too, because that would be really funny. Yeah, I gotta do something to commemorate this layout. It's truly horrid. I think the idea is that when I find a shiny, I'll take a screenshot of the shiny with the layout, and that screenshot will immortalize the final form of the layout, and I'll put it on like a shirt or something. Just for me though, that I can wear every once in a while. Or I'll like print it out and frame it, put it on the wall. Yeah, so the layout's carrying over from day to day, and it won't go away till I find a shiny. Typically with layouts during streams, I get rid of them at the end of stream. But in Safari Week, it's slightly different. Oh, Safari 2025 thumbnail. Yeah, first ever Safari Week video to get 0 views. First ever Safari video to get negative views. 1,000 piece puzzle? That would be nuts. $84 images in total now. I think that was the count halfway through yesterday's stream. You know what? Let's do a fresh count to start today. Guys, let's do a fresh count. How many images are on the layout? Oh wait, I actually organized it better, so I don't have to count individually, I think. Is there a way on Mac to see how many files are in a folder? Oh yeah, 113. 113. So I don't have to, like, stop and count. That's good. There are 113 images on the layout. Definitely a record. 100% a record for me, personally. I think what you meant to say, guys, is that this sucks. Oh. Just one more image, you guys. I'm not addicted, I promise. Just one more image. What do you think of the Gremlins movie franchise? I think it has a lot of aspects that I think that very emblematic of like movies from that era in general, but I don't think aged well. Some of the stereotypes and stuff, all that, but goes hard. First movie anyway. I don't really remember the sequels all too well. I know the first one pretty good. The theme goes nutso mode. Absolutely deranged movie, by the way. Is anyone in chat, like, are you guys familiar with the movie The Gremlins? Because it's a deranged movie. I haven't seen it in a really long time, but it's like, it's a Christmas movie. But the plot is that these little fucked up gremlins are like killing people and doing property damage and smoking cigars in a movie theater. And I think one of them wears like a trench coat and flashes somebody, even though they don't have nuts or balls. One of them gets thrown in a microwave and the microwave gets turned on and the gremlin fucking explodes. There's a scene where an old lady is sitting in one of those chairs that like takes you up the stairs, and one of the gremlins fucks with the chair stairs, and it makes it go ultra super fast and launches the old lady out of the second story window of her home. Again, Christmas movie. Absolutely deranged movie. How do you get the image up there? If it gets posted in the Discord and it makes me laugh, I put it on there. Or if someone sends a link to an image sharing site and it makes me laugh, I put it on there. I have a higher bar now because there's less room. But as you can tell by some of the things on the layout, the bar used to be really low. Damn it, I have the Gremlins theme stuck in my head now. That Pikachu in that left game always looks shiny. Stresses me out. I need to rewatch The Gremlins, I think. That movie, I don't think Ruby's seen it. We should watch The Gremlins. You know what's crazy is that, like, I feel like everywhere that I go, like at the, like, malls or, like, just shops that have, like, assorted trinkets or, like, I don't know, like, any shop that has a single Funko Pop in it that isn't, like, a GameStop or something. I go there and I see Gremlins merch, and it's confusing to me because, like, are those movies that popular? I don't think so. There hasn't been a Gremlins movie in, like, when was the last Gremlins movie? 1990? Guys, don't worry. Gremlins 3 is scheduled for 2023. It'll come out, I promise. Gremlins franchise. American comedy horror media franchise produced and owned by Warner Bros. Franchise centers on a species of creatures known as Mogwai, which evolve into the titular characters if the 3 rules regarding their care are violated. The franchise focuses on the conflict between the friendly Gizmo and the malicious Stripe, also known as Mohawk. The franchise began with the 1984 film of the same name, written by Chris Columbus. Isn't that the guy that directed the first few Harry Potter movies? And directed by Joe Dante? Continued in the sequel Gremlins 2, The New Batch. The franchise also includes video games, an animated television series, and related merchandise. Okay, alright. In January 2013, Vulture reported that Warner Bros. Was negotiating with Steven Spielberg's Amblin Entertainment to reboot the Gremlins franchise. In January 2025, it was reported by Deadlines that Warner Bros. Was developing a 3rd Gremlins movie. And also writing a sequel to The Goonies. Dude, they need to start making new stuff. There are books? Video games. Gremlins The Adventure. Theme park attractions. Warner Bros. Classics and The Great Gremlin Adventure. I need to catch up on my Gremlins lore. It's literally my name. Gremlins video game playthrough if you hit 20k. Oh god. Chris Columbus, like the guy who found America? Yeah. He made Gremlins. He set foot on North American soil and then was like, I think I need to make a movie about the Gremlins. That sounds awesome. Tunnel of Love, but a gremlin flashes you. Oh, prediction for the day? I'm going to wait a little longer because a lot of people missed the prediction last time. And we're starting real early here, and I'm not going to find a shiny, so it's alright. Yeah, you know what's funny? Is that, like, I'm glad that the Nova League is a group channel, because the Nova League is very Googleable. If you try to Google me at all, good fucking luck. It's literally... Hold on. If I look up Gremlin... All Gremlins. Huh. Well, alright. You don't say. Well, so, like... The Gremlins is a weird movie franchise. Really, really weird movie franchise. Yeah, watch the Gremlins, by the way. Greta the Female Gremlin, life-size stunt puppet replica. $300. Yeah, anyway, you can't find me if you look up Gremlin. You know what's really funny? Is that, you can, something I noticed is sometimes I Google the Nova League. And if you scroll all the way down on Google, it says the Nova League Gremlin, people also search for, and I click that, and I scroll all the way down, and it says the Nova League Gremlin real name. And if I click that, the AI overview, yeah, it is not explicitly stated in the provided search results that the Nova League Gremlin's real name is revealed. Guys, I'm a secret. Who the hell is looking up... Who in the world is looking up the Nova League Gremlin real name? Who's doing that? Thanks for the follow. Hold on. I gotta keep my images organized now. We got another Stantler for the layout. sleepy, worn out Stantler, tired of this freaking layout, and yet, ironically, has become part of it. God, I can't keep putting things on the layout. It takes me forever to place something. And everything needs to get so small. Also, God, my alignment is off. And I need this layout gone because it takes way too long to align games with the layout whenever I start a stream. I'm just gonna have to be okay with the almost aligned but not quite nature of the layout today. What is this? Yeah, my name is Goblin Goblin. People also search for the Novely Gremlin real name Reddit. That's crazy. Yeah, we got a map pad on the layout. Hashtag Goblin. Yeah, they gotta be different guys. Telling me a gremlin wrote this book? Favorite image on the layout? That's a tough one. Stupid question. Which gremlin is better, the media iteration or the original concept? Original concept for sure. I think gremlins are like the last folklore. I mean, that's arguable because I guess you could say something like Mothman is technically folklore. But like I think like the last actual like mythical fairy creature folklore situation that people actually genuinely believed in were gremlins. Because if anyone doesn't know, gremlins were, I think, conceptualized in like World War II to explain technical malfunctions with airplanes. So like if anything went wrong in the machinery, it's like, oh, a gremlin did it. Which I think is what the origin is. And I think that's so funny to me. Because it's like just old enough to still be like classic folklore, but also a little bit too contemporary. Like it's funny that there's like a mythical being whose deal has to do with like the mechanics of airplanes. That's why there's a character. My name is a book reference. There's a character in Joe Wizard 4, which isn't done yet, named Gremlin Gremlin, and he's from an alternate universe. He crashed in an airplane, and so he lives in like a plane, like a crashed plane. We got hat time. Mr. Bean! Yo, Triple C, let's go. That's awesome. We haven't worn this during Safari Week yet. Or this one, anyway. Okay, it's bothering me that this game is getting blocked a little bit. I don't know why it's getting blocked. But it's gonna be... I can't click each image individually. Okay, maybe I can. Maybe, hold on, give me a second. Give me a second. Oh my god! Hold on, I gotta show you what I just did. You guys want to see something horrifying? This is what I see on my end. This is what my OBS looks like. This is what it looks like for me. It's all connected. Okay, give me a second. I need to adjust the framing here. I don't want these images to be over top this specific game, so I need to take it out of this folder. Okay. Okay, that's better. Okay. Now we can continue. Christmas in the middle of June. I'm surprised your computer has his shit itself silly style. Yeah, I mean, I got an M2 MacBook. The shit's surprisingly capable. I'm used to Macs not being good, but that's been changing a lot lately. They kind of figured their shit out, actually. Which is pretty cool. I do like Macs a lot. I just don't like that they can't run a lot of things. To be fair, most of the things they can't run are video games, and I do not game. Because, like, I also have Discord open over on my other screen and my messages because my phone is a camera, and so I have to be on Do Not Disturb, and I don't want to miss anything. The only Mac you ever used didn't have caps lock? What? I feel like they've all had caps lock. It's like peak gaming to me. I'm suffering immensely. What's up with all the shinies? Macs are too pricey. It's funny that you say that. The only reason that I am a streamer at all is because I got a MacBook in 2021. The only reason I got a MacBook in 2021 is because my laptop at the time was dying, coughing up a lung, and I needed a new laptop. And so I was doing research on the most affordable laptop I could find. And even before the student discount, the most affordable laptop I could find that had the power to do the things that I wanted to do was a MacBook M1. MacBook Air M1. It was like $800. With student discount, it was $700. Every other laptop was like a Windows one that was $1,000 plus. Like, if you wanted a laptop that could literally only use Google Chrome, then, like, a Chromebook would be cheaper, obviously. But, like, if I wanted to have Microsoft Word, if I wanted to still make games, which I did at the time, and I wanted to use Unity, and also the MacBook has a great built-in microphone and camera, so, like, Shiny Wobbuffet? What is going on with all of the shinies in the chat right now? Was that, like, 4 or 5 right now? What is going on? I want one. What the hell? Six in chat just now, all at the same time. That's cool, Drake Dragon. I had a wild Safari week last year. Fair, but I did end in overtime with a 30k phase. I just threw a ball at a Doduo. My last Safari phase was 30k. I accidentally just caught that Doduo. I just caught that Doduo on accident. I need a shiny. I need a shiny. I need a shiny Pokemon. I need a shiny Pokemon in my video games. Yeah, the funny thing about the random shuffled around layout is that at a glance it looks identical. Absolutely incomprehensible layout. Also, the plan today is doing 2 streams again. Around midday, I will be taking a break, and then I'll come back with a second stream later. So not one long stream today. I need to know what the first shiny is going to be. Yeah, I gotta take a break midday to go get some Taco Bell and a Baja Blast Freeze. Genuinely the elixir of life. You seem like you'd buy a Chromebook. I don't know why you would. I hate Chromebooks. Despise them. They're evil. Making an entire computer that is purely browser based feels like a waste of computer parts. Hey, at least the 2009 Mac could run Minecraft. Oh man, Surin. Unfortunate. That stayed for way too long. How does it keep getting worse? More images keep getting added. Quite shrimple, actually. Oh my god, I'm about to sneeze my entire brain out. Hold on. I will be right back. In the meantime, guys, watch the Nova League or something. I'll return briefly. It's Safari time. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. Blindingly green. I forget every time. It's disgusting. Let me find a freaking shiny. Show me the money. Show me the money. No, nothing goes until a shiny's found. Yo, what's up? How's it going? I'm suffering. Layout removal. Guys, if you don't know how we do here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, this, god damn it, okay, there you go, now you can see it. This is a D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward. We're about to find out if Triple C just won out big or wasted 20,000 points. We move this out of the way, get a clean roll. Whoa! Oh, okay, never mind. What does that do? Okay. Mr. Beast! That's a weird looking Giratina. That is a really weird looking Giratina. I don't remember Giratina looking like this. I don't remember Giratina looking like that at all. So weird. So strange. The hell? I don't remember it looking like that even a little bit. That's crazy. Wow. I'm still in Greenland, yeah. Yo, like the place. Maybe that's why it's called that. I'd love to find a shiny, you guys. I want to find a shiny Pokemon. I feel like I was going to do something right before the random reward was redeemed, and I forget what it is because the random reward was redeemed. $60K this year, please. If I'm gonna break my record, I'm gonna break my record. I want to, at the very least. If I'm gonna break it, I'm gonna go all the way. It's got to be 100. Thanks for the shiny luck. Your turn to find a shiny now? I feel like it's been my turn. You can't get to 100K by day 5 though? No, I can't. But overtime could be fun. Shiny Catherine just dropped a vid and I can't watch it right now because of Safari Week. I'm going to have so many videos to catch up on after Safari Week is over. It's the one thing about streaming is that I can't watch YouTube videos while shiny hunting like I normally do. Got a lot to catch up on already. You've so far done 18,600 on 4 consoles? How? Were you pre-gaming? I'm on 6 and have done 12. I did. There seems to be a few chances going around this week. It's crazy. And it just started, too. It's day 3. $24 So in 24 hours with 4 games, you've done 18,000. And in 6 games, for me, in 18 hours, I've done 12. So I guess that makes sense. Well, no, wait, it doesn't, because if I had done 24, I probably would have done 18. And I have 6 games. You're a cookin', oh my god. Yeah, the A-Drive Shiny Hunting app, he personally keeps track. You know what? That is a great point. You can see there's a visual indicator of how much time I've wasted just by how many images are on the layout. Because I had to put all those there. Granted, I didn't make them all, but like, I put them there. And each new image takes longer to place. I'd have 2 shinies by now, probably. Based on nothing but vibes, but I imagine this is a true statement I just said. Thanks for the follow, very cool. You know, I keep, like, expecting to see a Shiny Sparkle happen. And something I missed, or that I miss, is, blue Shiny Sparkles. Gen 4, 5, and 6 were on a hot streak of blue Shiny Sparkles. And, honestly, Sword and Shield kind of brought it back with the Square Sparkles, but, like, Gold seems to be the default go-to now. And I really miss the blue. I'd love a return to blue sparkles. I hope they do that in ZA, considering that X and Y have blue sparkles. Then again, Gen 4 had blue sparkles and Legends Arceus has gold, so... I know Gub Gub. I'm a big Gub Gub fan. Listen, the big star, I have mixed feelings on. Because I like it in most cases. But I think it should scale with the size of the Pokemon, because sometimes the bigger the Pokemon is, the more ridiculous the star PNG looks. And also, I can't explain why I feel this way, because I have no idea why. But I like the star in Gen 7, like Sun and Moon, just fine. Hate it in Let's Go. For whatever reason, the star, like, it seems the exact same, but in Let's Go, I despise it. And I can't articulate what the difference is. I think the sound is worse in Let's Go. I really like the sound in Gen 7. I don't think so, Cove. Prediction, by the way. Let's get it going. Guys? Shiny today, yes or no? Thanks for the follow, very cool. BDSP fumbled the sparkles like crazy, because one of the reasons I hate BDSP is very specific to me, and it's definitely a me problem. Like, there are tons of reasons to dislike BDSP. There are tons of reasons to like it. I know a lot of people that just unironically do like BDSP. I personally cannot get behind it because I know it was made in Unity, I did a ton of game design in high school, only using Unity. And because I'm so used to Unity, I can't play BDSP and get immersed in the game because I only see the Unity editor and I see everything that they did. And I know for certain that the shiny sparkles in BDSP are just a fucking particle box, because every single time a Pokemon sparkles, it randomizes how many stars show up and in what direction they go in. And because of that, you can sometimes have a good shiny sparkle with a good distribution of stars, and sometimes no stars. Lame ass, boring, minimalist sparkle. Oh, hi, Astrogoats. Stantler. We really like Stantler here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin. Friendship ended with Girafarig. My new friend is Stantler. Oh yeah, I didn't answer which one of those is my favorite image on the layout. I have to think about that. I think, as much as there's some like peak art on here, genuinely, my favorite is the Willem Dafoe pose. The big one right in the middle of the screen. Because that's, I think we peaked at the beginning of the layout. Everything after it was downhill. I do really like the gif of me running over Stantler with my car, though, from Open Season. Close second. Robert Houndoom Jr. is pretty good, too. And the Spingus is nice. It's good to have some movement on the layout. Dangling keys. Is Mpreg not your favorite? My least favorite, actually. I like the, Stantler, Peter Griffin, Houndoom, Lois Griffin, and Girafarig, Stewie Griffin. Those are fun. Mpreg Stantler when? It's already there. Insane Cove. Yeah, I do like all the Keenans. I really like the Keenan on the bottom right. I think I'm going to keep it there when the layout goes away. It's kind of funny to just have there. The layout's so messy that, like, we've had people send in images of things that were already done. Convergent evolution. Multiple people have converged on the same idea several times because they don't know that it's already there. There are several choppers, yeah. Yeah, starving little Russian boy. Yeah, he commented on the Turtonator videos, like, you have to ban Cove or I'll starve to death. He's like, I'm a Make-A-Wish kid and my only wish is that you ban Lilycove in your Twitch chat or I'll starve. And then I replied, no, heart emoji. It's just an impossible ask, Cove. Sometimes they have to deny a wish if it can't be fulfilled, and that wish just can't be fulfilled. I can't do that. I simply can't. Old Shieldon's not in the layout. He's hiding. He's on my camera. He's hiding behind several images. If you had to make a wish and you used it to be banned before... If you had to make a wish and you used it to be banned, you have other problems. I would deny it on the principle that you deserve a better wish. Understand most, but why the Tangela? Oh, that's Wangala. This is what you want most in life? I'm so sorry. You say that you want to be freed, but like I wonder if I did actually ever ban you, how soon we would see one of your many alts show up in chat and pretend like nothing went wrong. Never? I would just go get a second job. What if Cove passed on his mod status like a Green Lantern? I like the Skyfish Jack AMV competition mod sword situation. Yoink. There's that one by Slowpoke. The Jojo Stantler looking over Skyfish Thief. Yeah. A lot of images are getting covered up too. Like the Killian Murphy Diglett. There's just so much here. 114 images now. That isn't counting the big number fairy, actually. So if you count the big number fairy, there's 115. You gotta learn how to say no. It was really fun. I got home, and Ruby's like, "So what's up with the layout?" And I explained the whole thing, and she's like, I think you should have started saying no way earlier." I'm like, "Yeah, probably." But the thing is, it's too late now. Next layout, though, I want it as clean as possible. I need to have at least one shiny appear where you can see the room that I spent a bunch of time preparing for Safari Week. I love those messages back to back. This layout made me hate Stantler. This layout made me love Stantler. Stantler is one of my favorite Pokemon. And this is just making me like it even more. Which I didn't think was possible. I already thought I maximized my affection for Stantler. But now every time I think about Stantler, I'm going to be reminded of this layout. This is adorable. So, remember how, like, oh, you gotta start saying no? This isn't even relevant to the layout. I'm putting it on there, though. This is adorable. Guys, when we needed him most, finally, someone is appearing to clean up the layout. He's got a broom. He's ready. He's ready to clean the layout. He's gonna do a good job. He's gonna clean up the layout. The cleaner. He's gonna do it. He's got a big job ahead of him, but I believe in him. Look at our little guy go. I believe. I believe he can do it. You know what this means, right? We're about to find a 10% shiny ladybug to clean up the layout. The chosen one. Yeah, I'm gonna get buried in images if I'm not careful. It might be my first ever shiny reaction without a face cam. Except that there is a face cam. A broom isn't gonna do it anymore. We need a shovel. I think we need C4. I think we need a controlled explosives. You're stopping by, Signer. See you later. Let's see if we get something. Hello, Ladybug. This is ridiculous. This is stupid. Incredibly dumb layout. I feel like we're seeing more Ladybug now. Is this a sign? I literally just need any shiny to save me from this. Any shiny at all. No matter how good or bad the shiny is, no matter how rare or common, whatever decides to shine will be forever known as the savior that got rid of this layout. Calling all shinies. I need your help. Calling all explorers. This is a message from the Void Jumpers. First domino has fallen. The butterfly has flapped its wings. Stantler or the Stantler Killer, yeah. Every story ever told is real, so if I tell a story about you finding a shiny, then it may happen to me in a universe slightly to my left. There's no guarantee. I wonder how many gremlins this happened to. I feel like I'm the only one burdened with this layout. Every other universe, I'm like 3 shinies deep into Safari Week already. Craziest shit's happening. Obama shows up. It's a whole thing. Yeah, I saw a clip the other day, and Ruby was like looking over my shoulder, and she saw it, and she's like, wait, hold on, is that real? Guys, you know the show The Flash? The CW Flash? There's a clip that pops up every once in a while, and every time I see it, it baffles me. It's like a guy just kind of sitting in his college dorm, and then a giant gorilla breaks into his room. And then, like, the camera pans up on the gorilla. The guy turns around, and he's horrified. And then the gorilla psychically speaks, and he says, Barack Obama! He's like, it would almost be an honor to kill you. I don't know the context of the clip, but apparently a giant psychic gorilla tries to kill Barack Obama in CW's The Flash. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Barack Obama. It would almost be an honor to kill you. I'm gonna get put on the FBI watch list for Googling this. That's the exact clip I was looking for. Short and sweet, 13 seconds. That's what I was looking for. Real clip from a real show that aired on real TVs. What, Astrogoats? Nothing? Okay. Alright. Okay. Must have been the wind. Oh, right. Guys, I think I need to find a shiny Pokemon. I think that's what what it is that I need. I need to find a shiny Pokemon. Where did my phone just shake? Must have been the wind. That would be insane. Like, could you... I get jump scared every time Pokemon is mentioned in a non-Pokemon related video. If like a massive streamer that like never did anything related to the shiny hunting community just all of a sudden started doing Safari Week, I'd be baffled. Shiny Alpha Raichu, that's awesome. That would be so true, Orin. Thanks for the shiny luck. Any shiny, please. That's what I'm saying. You're at 10K for your first one? Man. Sometimes like a Safari Week starts and like everyone's just having great luck, or sometimes a Safari Week starts and everyone's just having bad luck. I remember my 58K phase. For a while there, I was kind of like in competition with some other people's phases getting real high up there. But this Safari Week is really weird because it seems like there are as many people having insane luck, chances, just low numbers in general, as there are people having bad luck. Yeah, Safari Week ASMR. Barack Obama. I just realized I forgot to delete my recordings from yesterday. I wonder if the VOD uploaded already. Let me check. I think that's what I was going to check before when I forgot. YouTube. Gremlin Squared. Content. Man, it canceled. Well, it's still on the Twitch, so... Get rid of these. Get rid of these. Okay. This is Evil Safari Week, 100%. Safriki Week? Whoa. Safriki Week. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Guys? I think we just cracked this case wide open. I hate to say it. I really do hate to say it, but I think we just did. So anyway, Jurassic Park. Safari Freak. Safriki Freak. Freaky Freak Freak. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Do Jurassic Park 2? I literally only know the first one frame by frame. I only care about the first Jurassic Park. I don't care about any of the other ones. Don't care. Still don't care. Okay, so get this. There's dinosaurs. Whoa. Shiny Teddy Ursa! That's one of my targets! That's one of my targets! That's one of my targets! Oh my god! Oh, I'm scared to unplug this. You guys can't see it. It's down there, I promise. Oh my god. Can this reach? Can this I'm gonna try to unplug. Don't freeze. Okay, we're fine. Guys, jump scare. There it is. I'm gonna get a screenshot of this. Look at that. Look at that. That is beautiful. I love that so much. Oh, that's a target. That is a target. I hope to catch this so bad, but I'm totally okay if I don't. Ball. It jumped out. It stayed. One. It jumped out. It stayed. One. Two. Jumped out. It stayed. Oh my god. One. It jumped out. It stayed. One, two, three. It jumped out. It stayed. One. Dude. Just rip the Band-Aid off, man. One, two, three. Oh! Guys. This is Boog. From Open Season. How do I get out of here? How do I get out of here? I need to leave. I need to leave. Guys, we had him on the layout. We had a Boog or a Ursaring on the layout. How do I retire? I can't read Japanese. I need to leave so I can save. Get me out of here. Oh my god. Okay. I'm leaving. You know what's crazy is that the last shiny I found was Mew on this cartridge. Save. We saved. Oh my god. This was one of my targets. This was one of my targets. I'm so happy about this. Where's Pokemon? There it is. Yeah, there's my Mew, and there's Boog. How do I switch? Let me switch. This is also the same file that found Fari last year. Let's send it out. Oh my god. Let's turn the volume down on all of these. Let's close these. Volume all the way up on this one. We've got regular Oddish and Boog! Boog! I love Teddiursa. That was one of my targets. Not a bingo target, but a target nonetheless. Oh, wow. Guys, say goodbye to the worst layout in my 4 years of shiny hunting. We didn't find Stantler, but we did find something green, and you can't see him, but he's really, really tiny. Right there is a shiny Ursaring that looks like Boog from Open Season with a Stantler. So we did find a shiny that was on the layout. Wow. Insane. I'm gonna stop that recording. Let me go here. Let me get a good screenshot of the shiny appearing. Wow. I'm so happy with that. What a great first shiny. Something new for Safari Week as well. Oh, wait. That's an awesome screenshot. Yeah. Okay, guys. So, you know how I said I was going to immortalize the layout? So, the screenshot I'm about to take will be the immortal form of the layout. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for the immortal form of the layout? The final form. This is it. This is the final form. I'm gonna print this out on something. I might frame it or put it on a shirt. This is the final form of the layout. You can see the shiny appearing. 12,798. I'm so happy about this. Let me update over here. I'm free from the layout. Wow. Okay, guys. Breathe a sigh of relief. I'm gonna hold shift. All the way down to this one. And gone forever. And while we're at it, the counter is not green anymore. I'm so happy with this. There's our first shiny. That's awesome. Let me create a new folder. So good. Safari Week has officially started on day 3, you guys. And here's the best part. Wha-bam! Back to 0. You know what this means, actually? I said it before that I actually didn't care about Gen 3 Stantler, but I don't need Teddiursa anymore. So let's go to the Stantler area. Now, no more Stantlers are allowed on the layout. I'm not putting any more Stantlers on the layout, but I am still looking for Stantler. That being said, though, I am going to do something here. Desktop, Safari, new folder, Stantler. Hold on. I'm going to put every picture that was on the Stantler layout in a slideshow. So the Stantler layout is still immortalized. We're going to have a constant slideshow of every single image that we can see now individually appear on the layout. So let me set that up. It's a lot of organizing I gotta do real quick. Okay, that should be all of them. It includes the non-green things. It's literally every single image that was on that layout. Fade, loop, randomize, image files, add directory, Stantler, 110. Oh, right, the prediction. Found a shiny. I did it, you guys. We've got a Stantler slideshow on the layout now. Alright. Oh, man. I need to find out where Stantler is. Does anyone know where in the Safari extension in Hoenn that Stantler is? There we go. That's awesome, Master Goats. I look forward to it. Extension south? The area you enter the extension. Area 6. Okay, actually, hold on. I need to save again. I need to save again a million times. Oh, you got hat time?
Mr. Beast!
We're rolling giraffe a lot. I'm not mad though, I like this hat. First area in the Emerald extension. Okay, so that should be easy to remember then. Wow, it feels weird to have the layout gone. I'm gonna post this on Blue Sky. Boom. Quote post. I'm free. This layout can go away forever now. Awesome. So cool to have a little green dude over in the cot corner. That's so awesome. No, the Stantler plush is going to remain there. Because it's still a target. But I'm not adding any Stantler images. Area 5. Okay, so I can't read Japanese. Let's see, this is the extension, right? So if this is the extension, the area I just now appeared in, where do I go now? That patches go for it? It's like a 5%, right? Oh, Mareep? Wait a second. You see, you know it's good if you see Spinarak. Ooh, Spinarak. Mareep would go crazy. The sheep. Oh, I have this game at full volume now. I need to turn that down a bit. That's so cool. That's so cool. I'm so happy with that. That slideshow over there is so funny. You know what? Let me put the slideshow somewhere else, actually. Oh, Apom's still here. 5% are Gligar, Stantler, and Snubbull. Those are pretty good. Let me move the, let me move this over here and make it a little bit bigger. Just as a constant reminder. And it's more center. Yeah, it rolls the images randomly. No, I love the David Tennant Stantler. What are you talking about? Okay, Sunkern is still here. It's so much funnier to see the images. It's so much funnier to see the images isolated. Oh my god. Sunkern's a 30%. Oh, yeesh. Oh my god. What's your new target? I'm still looking for Stantler and Natu. Those are like my main ones that I want, because those are both the ones that are on my bingo board. Yeah, is Apom not 30% anymore? Is it just rare? Oh, Spinarak. Okay, yeah. So this is working. We're in the right place. Spinarak would be cool. I like Spinarak. I have a few shinies of those, but none in Gen 3. Any of these would be cool, though, because I feel like you rarely see a lot of these Gen 2 Pokemon in a Gen 3 game, shiny. Because a lot of them are really only through the Safari Zone, aren't they? Besides, like, The Sebi Islands with like Furret and stuff. %, napalm. Okay, that's better. I've caught an napalm, so I don't need to see another one. What a relief. What a relief. The Safari Week video 2025 will have at least one shiny in it. This is good. This is good. Robert Downey Jr. Houndoom. Oh man, what a relief. What a relief. I found a shiny, I did. I really did. I really honestly did. It's down there on the bottom left in the caught side of the layout. You know what? I'm gonna actually brief jump scare. Filters, copy. Filters, paste. Wait, no, not that. The shinies, yeah. Okay, yeah. It needs a little bit of a drop shadow, just to differentiate it from the layout a little bit. Actually, you know what? Maybe the slideshow can also have a drop shadow while we're at it. Why not? It can have a drop shadow as a treat. Yeah, the individual images I think are so much funnier. I'm so relieved. I'm so relieved. We're free, you guys. We are free. And I'm gonna be so much more picky about what goes on the layout. My mind is clear. I love that gif. My mind is clear. Do you think we can get an under odds phase now, or do you think... So, just a reminder of what happened in 2023. I went to like 10K or something for Noctowl, and then I went to 58K. So, anything could happen. Oh, we've got an adorable Boog. How wonderful. Hold on. Gotta keep this stuff organized here. There he is. Boog. I'm gonna start by putting things little, just in case we need to make room. Put him right there. I'm so relieved. Go big or go home. I'm scarred now. I will never approach putting things on the layout the same ever again. I'm not missing out on anything else from the Teddiursa place, am I? I think Teddiursa was like the main, or the only thing there that I wanted, so... Yeah, because I got Ladybuzz, so... Yeah, I'm fine to move on. No, I think I'm just gonna, I'm just gonna accept my fate that, that's how the video is gonna start. Insane Terminator. I hope I do get something under odds, though. I think it's about time. Just preemptively put Quagsire and Fled, yeah. Are any of your books heavy on sci-fi? Honestly, not really. I think they're science fiction in the way that Star Wars is science fiction, in that Star Wars isn't science fiction. You know what? Does that make sense? Like, Star Wars has the aesthetics of science fiction, but if you, like, look under the hood, it's actually fantasy. Just set in space. All of my sci-fi element stuff is... It's definitely got the aesthetics of sci-fi, but, like, true sci-fi novels, like, they get real in-depth about how the science works. I don't really. I touch on it, but... No, not really. It leans more in fantasy. But space fantasy. Yeah, Star Wars is science fantasy. We got book lore. Guys? No shinies? Alright. Who, what, where are we talking about? You know what? We talked about this too recently. This is... I don't have a lot to say about it. It's the floating island of San Francisco, now called Velo City. Reedy's Quiz Quantum Showdown comes out next year. Let's do another one for free. Guys, who, what, where are we talking about? Yo! Okay, this is Nick Tempest. Of all the characters in Thrones of Time, this is the most normal-ass guy. He's like the most chill, normal human being. Which is awesome. Because, like, everybody's, like, super powered. Everyone's, like, the chosen one. Or, like, a god. And he's just kinda also there. No, he's great. He's also, like, one of the only confirmed canonically straight characters. Every other character is either never mentioned or explicitly confirmed otherwise. He's just a straight white guy. Like, the only one. Literally just a dude. Kind of funny. Love Nick. One of my favorite scenes with Nick is that he kind of gets, like, thrust into the plot in Thrones 2 at a very dramatic moment. And he's, like, in the extraverse with the gods that rule over the multiverse. And something insanely important is happening, and he has no context for it. So he's just kind of looking around awkwardly. And he, like, looks up at Celeste, the god of the master element. And he just kind of goes, like, "Sup?" And then Celeste, a god, is just like... It's my favorite interaction of any two characters ever. In Void Jumpers... Keenan asked the Paradox Master, "Who is the chillest god you know, and can I meet him?" And the Paradox Master said, "Celeste, and no, you cannot." But he's so real for that, because Celeste is the chillest god. 100%. No, so when we're gonna blow up Mars, that's just the planet Mars. That's just actually just the planet Mars. Is the planet Mars a straight white guy? I don't think so. Named after the god Mars, right? You have to look into Mars lore. I'm so relieved, you guys. I'm so relieved. What is this? Wait, hold on. What is this? This is the most cursed screenshot I've ever seen. No, I hate this with the Roblox profile picture. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? I don't even know that I can show this on stream. I'm going to, but I don't know that I should or can. Let me add some context. Let me add some context for you guys. I don't want to slander Ronk. Okay, here's some much needed context. He was quoting a Reddit post to make fun of a guy. He didn't just say that out of nowhere. Although I will say, that's a quote of a quote. I'm gonna reply to that. I'm gonna say, I don't know, man. I don't see any quotation marks. Kind of looks like you just said that. Quoting his own Reddit comment. Oh, alright. Oh, man. So happy. So happy to have found Teddiursa and the layout's gone. What a relief. Now we can see Tiny Little Metal Frog in my Ultra Sun Ultra Moon cartridges. You can see my camera in my room. This is awesome. This is so wonderful. I just realized I haven't seen Stantler yet. I guess that's a 5% there. Little teeniest metallic frog. Check out of topic or out of... Or out of, did you out of context? Where am I looking? Where am I looking? Out of context, out of context. Oh, you put both of them in there. That's awesome. Hold on, someone clipped the Teddiursa. I don't remember how I reacted to it. I saw it before it's... Oh yeah, you can actually hear the sparkle. That's awesome. Hold on, wait. Yeah, you can hear that. That's so cool. I was freaking the fuck out. Oh, that's great. That's awesome. Why your glasses so smudged? I need new glasses. They're not even smudged. They're genuinely... Hold on. So you can kind of see it better with this lens. That's on there permanently. It's just kind of like that now. I think it's like a smudge that got scratched on, and it's pissing me the freak off. Like that one specifically, that long one has been there for a few months now, and I can't get rid of it. It's pissing me the freak off. I need new glasses. Also, my prescription's outdated now. I probably shouldn't be allowed to drive. Where'd all the Stantler go? I found Teddiursa. We've been saved from the layout. There is a slideshow showing the Stantler images. Although, it's showing a lot of the same ones over and over. I think there's an upper limit to how many images can be randomized in a slideshow on OBS. So I don't know that it's actually showing all of them. It was Gen 3 Teddiursa. Yeah, I'm so happy with it. It It was one of my targets too, which is awesome. Also the first game to find a shiny last Safari Week. That was the game that found Girafarig. And also, the same file that was the last shiny that I found before Safari Week, which was Mew. So, that Japanese Emerald is goated. Also, yeah, amazing Pokemon to get ribbons on. The reason I wanted Gen 3 Teddiursa was specifically so that I could eventually transfer it up and evolve it into an Ursaluna. Oh, Gligar. That's a first 5% that we saw there. That would be so sick. We've got a few 5% targets now. Pikachu, Gligar, Stantler, Heracross. Xatu as well. Those are the 5% we're looking for. Any of those and I'd lose my freaking mind. The Empreg Stantler trilogy is in the random slideshow. I saw a couple of them. Yeah, Teddiursa would be cool for a buddy run, but there's no rule that says I have to, but I kind of want to stick to this the 2-stage evolutions, and also we'd have to get a game that you could evolve. Well, I guess it's not true because you can back transfer. Like, it would be cool, but I like to do the 2-stage because then I can keep up with my... Those are all the buddy run paintings up there. And it's just all symmetrical if they're all 2 stages. I might break the rule one day by finding a shiny middle evolution and not painting its pre-evolution because we never had it as that, but then it just feels like we're missing out on something. Yeah, Mareep in the zone would be awesome. You know what? Mareep... Ooh. I could very easily see myself breaking the 2-stage buddy run Pokemon rule if I found Mareep, because Safari Ball Gen 3 Mareep into Mega Ampharos for ZA would be kinda sick. That would be kinda nuts. What? Maybe straight? Would you Ribbon Master it? I keep thinking about, like, I had the plan to Ribbon Master the Girafarig that I got. And I wanted to wait till I had Mew to also Ribbon Master Mew. But now that I have Mew and I'm thinking about it, I love the idea of having a Ribbon Master. Hate the idea of having to actually do it, though. Some of those ribbons seem really tedious, and I just kind of don't care. I don't know. It would be cool, but, like, I don't feel like I have it in me to do a video about it. I don't think I can make it as interesting as videos like Toasty's Ribbon Masters. I just don't think I'm built for ribbon mastering, unfortunately. I think what I would prefer to do at this point is just get ribbons that I think are cool personally, and not worry about being a completionist about it. Yeah, ribbon mastering seems scary. The biggest ones that I don't want to deal with are all the battling related ones. Mostly because if I want to ribbon master something that I plan on evolving later, I don't want to level it up enough in order to get it. I don't feel like building a team specifically for getting ribbons, especially the online runs. I'm just not good enough at the game, honestly. Memes. Okay. I like this. It's funny. But the image is big. And I am horrified now. I want at least one somewhat clean layout. I am being extra picky with what I put on the layout now. I am learning to say no. After that horrid experience, I am carefully curating what goes on the layout this time around. Welcome in, Zopi. Hey, listen, maybe straight. Very important distinction. I don't value shinies because their color is different. Case in point, some of my favorite shinies don't change at all. I value them because they sparkle. And they're rare. And it takes me a lot of time to find them. So, pretty shrimple actually. I wonder if people would care about shinies as much if they didn't sparkle. Like, if the only difference was that they were a different color, would people care as much? There would still be a shiny hunting hobby for sure. But I don't think it would be as exciting. Like, I think the sparkle of it all is a huge factor. Yeah, the journey to getting them and the rarity I value more than the color of the shiny. Like, some of my favorite shinies, Marshadow, Minior, not different. Yeah, and there are some Pokemon that I actually prefer the normal colors, or like the normal colors as much as the shiny, and find them completely interchangeable. To me, I prefer Hisuian Decidueye's regular color over its shiny any day. Turtonator, I love both color palettes equally. I do not prioritize one over the other, except for the emotional investment in the shiny Turtonators that I have found. Breloom's original colors are awesome, and its shiny is awesome. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, the layout is gone. We found a shiny. Yeah, the layout's normal now. I'm so excited. Art moment. Okay. I know I said I would put my foot down and no more Stantlers on the layout. This is the one and only exception. This is the only Stantler I'm going to add to the layout after that Stantler. This is the only one. Okay? Nobody else do any more Stantler art expecting it to go on the layout. It won't go on the layout. This one, though, this one goes on the layout. This is the only one. This is awesome. I can't explain it, but the way that Stantler looks is gonna make me cry. That Stantler looks like a really old, crusty-eyed white dog. I love this. It is so Chicha. Oh my god, that's awesome. That's really funny. That's so good. Oh, another prediction's going. Alright, okay. Still have yet to see the 5% Gen 3 Stantler. Canned Wolf Meat got one, right? Because that's nuts. In the Discord, in the Full Odds Idiots Discord, I sent the screenshot of the shiny Teddiursa, and Coop's like, I don't know, guys, I don't see any games being played here. And Ron's like, this feels like a Where's Waldo. This is probably the worst shiny reaction image I've ever sent. Oh my god. Crazy. Absolutely bonkers style. Came home early from work because I was having chest pains. Now I can Safari Zone. Hashtag epic gamer win. Hell yeah. Let's go. Huge. Why do you have 6 consoles? It's Safari Week. Gotta go all out. That's the rules. Maximizing how many encounters we can get in this 10-day long week. Yeah, we're getting a Safari... Guys, it's official. There will be a Safari Week video this year. Oh my god. Boog is short for booger. Oh, hold on. Desktop. Safari. We got another Boog. Normal layout time. It's such a relief. I'm so relieved. Ooh, a Captain Bragg Slippy quote. I see no time, I see no death. All I see is treasure without consequence. Yeah, I got Teddy Ursa. I'm so happy. One of my targets. Normal, but for how long? I'm being careful with this layout. I won't let it get like that again. I keep seeing 5% Glygars, but still no 5% Stantler down there. I do know that Stantler is in the same place as Gligar, though, so it's definitely the right place. Crazy quote. Hey, to be fair, you could see the screens perfectly fine last time. You just had to look hard to find them. But once you found them, they were visible. I didn't let the screens get obscured. I know, that was stressing me out. I was perfectly okay with it running, even though it was a target. So I was like already accepting my fate, but the fact that it actually stayed is nuts. Yeah, there was one singular shiny Ursaring on the layout. Man, Random Quotes really wants to... That's crazy. Thanks for the follow, very cool. I finally got something. And one of my targets. So relieved. We've moved on from the Teddy Ursa zone. We are now looking in the Emerald Safari zone for Stantler. 5% Stantler, but we have another game that Stantler can show up in now. Because I still want Stantler. But yeah, I did get one of my targets, which is Teddy Ursa, and I'm so happy about it. Yeah, evil quotes today. This is really beautiful. I'm going to try to keep this layout as clean as possible. To be fair, though, we do have a slideshow randomly showing all 110 images that were on the previous layout. So the layout's still with us in small form. For instance, there's Spingus Stantler right below my face cam. Willem Dafoe. Oh, Skyfish Jack stealing my Natu. Green blueberries! That one wasn't even technically on the layout. It just was there invisible in case I needed to put you guys in jail. What, Snail? Huh? 110 image at the final count, yes. 110 was the final count. There were secret blueberries on the layout, yeah. Guys, remember that Shiny Stantler is still with us in here. And by in here, I mean I have a Shiny Weirdeer on my shirt. I put the shirt on because I thought I would be part of the Stantler layout all day. Oh, there's 5% Snubble. So we're definitely in the right place. Still no Stantler yet, though. Imagine the first 5% Stantler that shows up is shiny. Another Boogus hit art moment. I am fearing the greenening of the layout again. I'm keeping all of these really small. Divert chat to a different color Pokemon. Unfortunately, all my targets are green. Stantler and Natu. Well, I guess the 5% targets aren't. Pikachu, Heracross, Xatu is. Houndoom. We did have a lot of Houndoom on the previous layout, though. Crazy Opal Tokyo. I'm so glad I'm so glad I'm free. This is so good. Oh, massive sigh of relief. I can actually breathe. I don't feel claustrophobic anymore. You guys can see my background and the trinkets on my desk. This is wonderful. How wonderful. Under odds phase when? Crazy that we caught that though. It jumped out way too much. It was jumping out way too much. Oh, there's Stantler. There's the 5% Stantler. It's real. There is a chance we can find it. I think we have a 40% chance up here. So now our overall odds are 45. That's how that works? That's not how that works. Because it's 40% in that game. But compared to all the encounters combined, if every possible encounter in these routes, or in these areas, added up to 100, each individual one is rarer. Look at art. You guys are too quick. I'm getting flashbacks. These are all really good Teddiursas. I am scared though. I said I'm gonna be more selective with what I put in the layout, and so far I'm putting everything there. Guys, don't do it. I know what you're trying to do. It's not gonna work. I'll put it on the layout, but you guys are already on thin ice. All right. Wait, what? Springtrap William Afton, Dead by Daylight? Huh? More selective meaning selecting more. Oh. Unfortunately, oh god, there's another Teddiursa and it's adorable. How dare you. Hey, that's 3 5% by the way. Gloom Stantler. Once again, I think that's as rare as a shiny. I love how big this guy's head is. It's a little bit of a Teddiursa party down here. Gummy bear. Oh my god. Double Stantler. You love to see it. Love to see it. It's going to be so funny to find shiny Stantler not with that layout. I feel like we're still going to see one today. It's just going to show up comedically late. Maybe we truly were scaring the does. Yoink. Gligar, sick as hell. Sick as hell. Last shiny Safari Week, that would be awesome. That'd be so cool. Last minute day 10. Boom, Stantler. I was fully expecting to suffer all day with the Stantler layout. Now I don't know what to do. It's like a sigh of relief, but then also at the same time I'm just sitting here doing Safari Week and I'm like, okay, well now what? When does Safari Week end? Today's day 3. It goes for 10 days. So next Sunday, I think. Safari Week is an extra long week. It goes from Friday to Sunday. Yoink. Yoink. Feels weird not to have a book coming out this Safari Week. I think Void Drippers 2 is officially a year old now. So that's cool. Why isn't it Safari 10 days? Sounds much better. Yeah, that's a lot catchier. Oh my god. I wish Gen 5 had a Safari Zone. I keep thinking about the Nature Preserve. They should have made the Nature Preserve a Safari Zone. That was a shoo-in. That would have been so cool. Could you imagine shiny hunting with the animated Gen 5 sprites for Safari? That'd be so awesome. I'd have 2 Gen 5 games going right now if I could do that. Actually, I only have the Nature Preserve in one of them, so I'd have one. But still, though. Giraffrig's there, Altaria. Magnemite Magneton's such a funny Safari Pokemon, because, like, what is it doing in the Safari Zone? Yeah, how easy is it to mod Gen 5? Because that would be a sick mod. Yeah, it is harder to do Safari Zones in the way the modern games work, though, without random encounters, because, like, imagine the Terrarium in the DLC for Scarlet and Violet was a Safari Zone where Pokemon could run away from you. If you were doing that for Safari Week, you'd have to do, like, you just have to honor the fact that for the spirit of Safari Week, you shouldn't save in front of a shiny. Because, like, in games without random encounters, it kind of defeats the purpose that, like, when you find a shiny in the overworld, you got it on lock. If you save in front of it, you have it. So the only way they could bring back the Safari Zone is if they also bring back random encounters. Which I hope that they do. Because I really like random encountering. Baby Mareep is born? Yeah, I'll put this on the layout. I'd love to see a Mareep. Guys, it's not all green here. Sometimes we're pink. Oh yeah, that's true. You can't save in the Emerald or like the Gen 4 Safari Zone, so I guess there is precedence for not being able to save in the Safari Zone. I guess they could do that. Yeah, the layout's clean. Got a Teddiursa, one of my targets. Super happy. Shiny Mareep coming Wednesday. It'd be crazy if, like, I don't know, because that Emerald, it would be on the same Emerald file that Teddiursa found. So it would find more than one thing. But again, the last shiny I found before Safari Week was Mew in that Emerald file. So, like, maybe it's goated? I don't know. 100% Bird Nerd. 100%. That's true. I did put it over there for color matching reasons, but anything could happen. Welcome in. Yeah, I really like the green. People hate on green shinies too much. I love the green little teddy bear. Yeah, it would really suck. Because something I didn't think about before until I found Virtual Console Execute for my Alola Dex. I had forgotten that Poké Transport was... It also needed to connect to bank servers in order to transfer, which means that when bank shuts down, it also prevents the transfer of Gen 2 Virtual Console up to Gen 7, and also breaks the transfer from Gen 5 to 6. So a lot more breaks than just being able to transfer stuff from the 3DS to the Switch. All of a sudden, if bank shuts down, you're not going to be able to transfer stuff between other DS and 3DS games. The bridge from Gen 5 to 6 would be broken. And that thought is super upsetting to me. Yeah, like Fake Bank. But the problem, though, I think Fake Bank would be a good solution for bridging the gap from Gen 5 to 6. But I don't think it would be possible to bridge the gap from the 3DS to the Switch. Because if bank support ever shuts down, Home would just update to get rid of the button. for connecting to 3DS. So you'd have to make a fake bank server, and also, I don't, like, yeah, it's going to be out of our hands, I think. It's going to suck. Fake home as well. I guess the early model Switches are easy to mod, but not everyone has one of those. It's gonna be unfortunate. I hope they just keep it alive forever, but they did say to anticipate it eventually shutting down. But I feel like, I mean, it's server costs, but if those servers are just in the same buildings as like the home servers, they're Pokemon. I feel like they could eat whatever cost it is. It can't be that much. I just wish that Pokemon storage wasn't cloud storage to begin with. If it was all local, like Pokemon Box, like if Bank was stored locally, this wouldn't be an issue. I don't understand why it ever was cloud-based. If Bank was stored on the system, and if Home was stored on the system, this would not be an issue at all. I was hoping that, like, instead of just keeping the servers up, that right before the 3DS online shutdown, that they would just be like, hey, there's an update to Pokemon Bank to make it local storage. Like, that would have solved everything. It's really that shrimple. Not even that complicated. Oh my god, we've got another Teddiursa. These Teddiursas are adorable. I freaking love... Oh. Okay. This is an adorable Teddiursa art. I'm not putting it on the layout. Sorry. It's not going on the layout. It's not. I see what you did. You monster. Evil. You almost got me. Only one Stantler is allowed on the layout. After. No more Stantlers on the layout. No more Stantlers. If you guys are confused, there is a tiny, semi-transparent Stantler right in the dead center of this Teddiursa image. Great art. I hate it. Not going on the layout. No more Stantlers. We had one Stantler layout, and that's it. Can't be money purposes because they make money hand over fist every time they make games. Yeah, but it definitely is money purposes because, they spend money to make the games, and then the games make money. That is the money that the games make. They spend money to maintain Bank, and Bank doesn't make money. So, the problem that I think people too often make, or like consider, is that, like, they're like, oh, the Pokemon games, they look like shit, and it's like the largest media franchise in the world. They're like billionaires, which is true. However, most of the money is from merch and cards and stuff, and so that money doesn't go to the games. And so, like, it's not like they have like a pool of, like, they don't have like a Pokemon PayPal and it's like, this is all the money that we get to use for Pokemon stuff. It goes all over the place. And so the money they make from the games, they use for profits and making more games. And so they're, as a company, they're not gonna like siphon any of that money away in order to pay for Bank. They're running Bank at a loss. Now, you and me as people, we can be like, logically, just use money from the games to pay for Bank. That does make sense. But because it's a business, it doesn't make sense. And that sucks. That's just how the business goes. Line must go up. If line go down, then bad. And typically the lines don't pay attention to other lines. Like, sure, the line on bank is going down, but you're in the green still. But it doesn't matter because they look at bank in isolation. Yeah, that's the thing, is that I don't use bank every day, but the fact that I can use it whenever I want, when bank shuts down, it effectively kills the original premise of the buddy runs. Because the cool thing about buddy runs is transferring stuff from the old games, particularly when they are sprites. Granted, the next buddy run has a Tyrant, which only ever existed in 3D, but part of the charm for me is knowing that a Pokemon that I have in 3D used to be in 2D. And unless they start putting Virtual Console games out, if they shut down bank, it's... that aspect of buddy runs just can't happen anymore. Yeah, Game Boy Origin Mark becomes way rarer. Ribbon Masters are... yeah, no, it sucks. I hope they never shut it down. I mean, like, to be fair, we say all these negative things, and all these negative things are true, but you have to acknowledge, with all of these negative things, bank is running at a loss. It's not making them any money. And yet they chose to keep it around after the 3DS online server shut down anyway. Even though they may eventually shut it down, which is stupid in itself, we do have to be somewhat grateful that they didn't immediately do the capitalism thing. They at least understand a little bit that it's important. Not enough to keep it around forever, but like, if they were a worse company, bank would have shut down with the 3DS online. So I will give them the tiniest bit of credit. Yeah, okay. This is my crackpot theory that they will never do. But hear me out. If I was in charge, this is what I would do. I would put the 3DS games as Virtual Console on Nintendo Switch 2. And I would have the Switch 2 emulate the 3DS in such a way that the games, for all intents and purposes, thought that they were running on a 3DS, which would allow trading between the Switch 3DS games and the actual 3DS games. So instead of going from bank to home, you would just trade from your existing 3DS game to the Virtual Console one, and then that could go into home. That's what I would do. If I was in charge of Game Freak and we're like, how do we fix this Pokemon Bank situation? Because the problem is, right, you can't design a Switch game that can trade with a 3DS game because you would have to update the 3DS game. But if there was a 3DS Virtual Console game and your actual 3DS cartridge genuinely thought that it was connecting with another 3DS, there would be no issue. Do you have a modded console, Oren, that you could make save backups with? Save backups have been a lifesaver for me. I have several copies of my Dex cartridges on my computer at all times. Every time I find like a crazy target, I make a backup and save it somewhere. Yeah, they could always make a dongle, but like anything physical that they had to make would be too much money for them to justify the, let's be real, very small number of people that actually transfer their Pokemon up. That's why I'm trying to think of like software side solutions. The problem with that solution though is I had thought of this before remembering that Poke Transporter was also connected to Bank. And so that still has an issue with not being able to bridge the gap between Gen 5 and 6. So it would be nice if they also had like Gen 5 Virtual Console that could trade. Although that would be true though. The only way I could see them justifying making a way to connect 3DS to the Switch is if they just made not for Pokemon but for the Switch an adapter that could connect any 3DS cartridge. Can you drive a car? Technically. I don't think I should be trusted on the road. First time I met Absolugs and Brosidon in person at the Sinnoh Tour in LA, Pokemon Go Sinnoh Tour. I drove both of them to meet up with Randy, and the whole time I was driving them, I was like white knuckling the wheel and thinking in the back of my head, I'm so bad at driving, I'm so bad at driving. I can't be the person responsible for killing Absolugs, Pokemon, and Brosidon. It was nerve-wracking. Especially because I was the one to suggest driving them. Because we were all going to go to the same place. And they were going to like get an Uber. And I'm like, we're going to the same place. I could just drive you. And they were like, yeah, okay. Just met them. They get in the Gremlin mobile, as they called it. And I'm like, why did I suggest that? I hate driving. I suck at driving. We're going to die and it's going to be my fault. Like driving the president and vice president. Like, I'd be fine driving them now, but, like, first time meeting them in person, horrifying. We got hat time. No shinies?
Mr. Beast!
Casting so many spells. Joe Wizard. Let's read a random page of Joe Wizard. Double 5%, by the way. Heracross and Gligar. Alright. Joe Wizard 3. Let's get a random page of Joe Wizard 3. Let's give it a try, Ned smiled. Hide so they don't see you take off. Got it, Dan nodded. He crawled sneakily behind a snow hill and waited for Ned to cause a distraction. Ned knelt down in the snow and gathered up a pile of it. He patted the snow into circles and built a snowman. He cleared his throat, stepped back, and he held up his sword and announced, "Have at thee! I will fight you, you snowy fiend!" Huh? A snowman guard at the entrance to the town noticed the commotion. "Hey! Hands off that snow person!" he yelled. Ned continued yelling at the lifeless snow person he had constructed. "Don't talk about my mother like that!" he yelled at the snow in front of him. The snow began to fall apart, and so before he could let his cover be blown, he struck forward with his sword. Poof! The snow creation crumbled to the ground. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" the snowman guard yelled. He turned around and yelled, "I need backup! We have a snow killer in our midst!" The attention of the snow village was grabbed. The whole town rushed to the gates to spot the commotion. Joe Wizard. Yeah, there's a subplot, or I guess a side story. Joe Wizard 3 is just a series of short stories that combine into one big story. And one of the stories is about racist snowmen. Because like Dan Dragon shows up and he's like, I want to sell plush dragons to spread the word that some dragons are good guys. And he shows up to a snowman village and he's like, I want to sell you guys these plush dragons. And all the snowmen are like, no. We hate dragons. No dragons. And so, like, Ned Knight is helping Dan convince the snowmen that dragons can be cool, actually. Getting Gligar's a 5%. Oh my god, Versa Matrix. 919? What the freak, dude? Why do people keep finding out to? I want that. Crazy under odds, too. Congrats. Not too shabby. For real. Crazy random quote. Oh! Guys. If you don't know how we do it here at twitch.tv/thegremlingremlin, this is a D20. Each one of these numbers corresponds to a random reward. We're about to find out if original meme just won out big or wasted 20,000 points. I always feel bad when people lose in gambling, but like, it is gambling, so.
Oh my god!
As is the nature of random reward. The nutsack button is so funny. $20K well spent. 20,000 point nutsack redeem. What are people saying about my Shining Teddy Ursa on bluesky.app? 27 notifications, Jesus Christ. Just a reply with the lowest quality cock you want boing boing Stantler. Is that a direct image screenshot? That's crazy. Oh my god. Look at the standing in the odds thing. Odds standers. Super Smash Bros. Director Masahiro Sakurai says large-scale game development is becoming too time-consuming and unsustainable. He believes... I'm gonna start crying. I need to read this article. Hold on. What exactly did he say? Man, it doesn't, there's no context that makes it better. That's just sad. That's just sad. Oh man. Oh. I can't even appreciate it, Curb, because I'm just too upset. Hold on, I gotta make sure there's no Stantler in this image. Okay, I don't think there's a Stantler in this image. Man, that sucks. That's upsetting. No, it doesn't mean that he's gonna use it, but it sucks that he's not against it. I thought he was cool. Blue Vector just went live. Hooray. Let's find a freaking shiny. We might be saved. I don't know. It seems pretty damning what he just said. He doesn't seem to be against it. I don't understand why people don't see generative AI as just anti-art. Even outside of the stealing thing. Like, just, it's not... Or like Blue Tractor. Yeah, I got a Buddy Run shirt. Yeah, it's got it's actually technically a Brother Run shirt. Because it's got Lego and Scrooge and Soap and Dracona, and also the Hidden Treasure of the Giraffaric Zone logo right there. Technically a Brother Run shirt. Thanks for the follow, very cool. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It's like, if you didn't care enough to make the thing, I shouldn't be expected to care enough to enjoy the thing. If even you didn't put time into it, why should I? You know? Art is interesting because people make it. Like, you know, there's the modern art thing where it's like, I could have done that, my kid could have done that, and it's like, yeah, but they didn't though. You know what I mean? Like, if there was just a big canvas that was all blue, and it was printed out by a printer, just putting blue on a canvas and like selling a blank blue canvas, it's like, okay, I don't care. But if someone like painted a blank blue canvas, it's like, okay, but now there's meaning behind it. Like, why did they do that? How did they do it? Because a lot of people are like, one of the things that I noticed is like, I think there's an actual art piece that is just a pure blue canvas, and one of the things is, I could have done that, and it's like, no, you couldn't have, because like they used actual paint, and you look close at it and you don't see brush strokes. Like, there's technique involved in there in order to get like especially if you're color mixing, to get a solid blue, and it's like the same blue all across, and you painted it. Like, that is impressive because a person made that. But again, if a printer just shits blue on a canvas, I don't care. You know what I mean? Right. It's impressive because someone made it. If you're looking at art as a very surface level thing, yeah, sure, a blue canvas is boring. But that's not what art is. Art isn't the final product. It's how it got there. Much like full odds, yes, exactly. Yeah, but yeah, the only reason that things are interesting is because, well, that's not true. Nature is interesting. People didn't necessarily, you know, do that, but like, I would say the only reason things are interesting is because of the processes that go into making it be that thing. Nothing just kind of exists. But the thing is that, like, you can make an argument that there is a process behind generative art, except that the process is worse than there being no process. Because the process for generative art is stealing power from a low-income neighborhood, wasting gallons of water, scraping the internet for stolen art, and then shitting out the worst shitto mode image you did ever see with no intention behind it. Yeah, man, great stuff. I will say, there is actually a lot of modern art stuff that is ultra pretentious and also just straight up grifting and money laundering. Like, there are some modern art situations where it's like, okay, you can tell when someone means it. Yeah, natural processes are cool as well. I won't say that things are only interesting because of human intention. I should clarify that the things are interesting because of, you know, I don't know. Like, I always think about it in terms of, like, my books, because there is a huge problem with, like, AI-generated authors. And, like, you can see prompts left behind in the books. And it's like, listen, if you didn't even read your book, why should you expect me to read it? Kind of thing. And, like, I think about all of you that have actually read my books. You only got them because you know who the person that made it is, right? Like, I don't know that, like, if you just kind of saw Void Jumpers in passing, that you would have gotten it, right? I would imagine that most people that read Void Jumpers read it because Funny Shiny Hunter on the internet made it. And it's like, I bet there is more than a little bit of the entertainment value of the book comes from the fact that as you're reading it, you're like, wait, that guy did that? But the thing is, if these were generated out of thin air, what are you getting out of that? You know? See, that's the thing that sucks too, is that, like, I feel like the arguments for AI being bad kind of fall through when people are, like, using it to make memes, because it's like, who cares about stolen art? Because they're just memes, bro. And, like, I have complicated feelings about this. Because at the end of the day, all memes, homegrown or not, use stolen imagery, right? You're not making money off of it. And so I don't necessarily disagree fundamentally with AI-generated memes, but they get caught in the crossfire because the process by which it takes to make them still involves wasting horrendous amounts of power and water. Like, if generative AI in and of itself wasn't so destructive to the environment, I don't think I would necessarily have that much of a problem with it being used in memes. Because some of the things that I see are kind of funny, and then immediately I remember what it took to get there, and then I get sad. You know what I mean? And if AI that is that good looking exists for memes, I don't think it's worth it, considering the fact that that stuff is also used for nefarious purposes, like spreading misinformation on the internet, or making imagery of people that is illegal. And so, like, as funny as some of the AI-generated memes could be, I disagree that it's worth it. I don't think that that's the price to pay for it. I would rather have shitty memes. I don't think all of the other bad things that come with it are worth it. But, like, if generative AI weren't harmful to the environment, if ever because unfortunately they're gonna keep trying to find ways to make this stuff improve. They opened Pandora's box, there's no putting it back now. If ever it gets to a point where generative AI isn't detrimental to the environment, I don't think I would mind AI-generated memes. Jokes, stupid shit, I don't think I would mind them that much. But get that shit as far away from anything artistic as possible. Like, for instance, actually, this is a good point that I don't know if it's a good point. You feel free to disagree with me, but when the generative fill feature was being beta tested in Photoshop, that is where Cheesesteak was born, right? And the generative fill in Photoshop at the time, I don't know if this is still the case, but at the time, it uses the power of the computer. Stuff like ChatGPT generated images, they use a data center, and that's where all like the power pull is coming from. And so like environmentally horrible, right? But the generative fill that was being beta tested in Photoshop wasn't using any more power than like a clone stamp would have. Because you don't need to be connected to the internet to have used that tool. So it uses your local computer power. And also, it wasn't using stolen imagery yet. I think Adobe has a problem with that now. But at the time, they had a smaller data set of all of the Adobe stock photos that they had already purchased. So I think Cheesesteak is environmentally friendly, organic, ethical AI creation. You couldn't do him again. You couldn't remake Cheesesteak now. In the brief period that he was created, I think Cheesesteak is the only AI creation I'm okay with. Environmentally safe Cheesesteak. He did not waste gallons of water. We don't have to feel bad about Cheesesteak. I will never, ever do any of that again. But at the time, I feel like he is a relic that we can still claim safely. It's sort of a similar thing, honestly, to Absol's stream playlist. And then there was a period of time where there's some of them are still in the playlist, I think, of like the AI voice music recreations. And it goes back to my point about like I don't necessarily fundamentally have a problem with AI being used to make memes. I just have a problem with the environmental factor of it all. I will say that I think there's too wide of an umbrella cast on generative AI all being the same thing, because the power draw between generating images, generating prompts, and synthetic voice, like text-to-speech, are all completely different. I think, if I'm not mistaken, feel free to correct me if you do know. I don't actually know. I don't think that at the time that the AI voice music things were being made in like the peak of it before the last sleep stream where he's like, none of these are like, he stopped doing the AI stuff. I think by the time that those were being made, the voice technology that was being used technically wasn't new, and I don't even think technically was generative AI. I think it's just like a more advanced version of like synthetic speech technology that already existed. I don't think it was the same sort of situation as the other stuff that has more problems with it. AI voice is in a slightly different area. That's what I think too. I think it's like a slightly different thing. My friends in graphic design classes are encouraged to use it even by their anti-AI professors. Yeah, I think if it's something that's like being done locally on the computer that doesn't take an insane amount of power, and it's using images that are purchased for stock purpose of doing that, and it's a tool to like do generative fill to like extend a background and stuff like that. Like, there are use cases for tools that don't replace the creative freedom, because like spot healing in Photoshop is essentially the same thing. Like, that stuff sort of still makes sense. The problem comes into when like a thing is entirely created with it and there's no artistic vision or anything. But yeah, no, it's a whole complicated mess. And I think it's easier just to say AI is bad as an umbrella term, because once you start getting granular about it, I think you open the door to people being more accepting of all AI, because people can't really differentiate between the different types. And so I think it's better to just take the good ones down with it in the name of getting that bad shit out of there. How does AI... Okay, so here's the thing, right? I didn't understand for a while, and there's something I don't understand still, and it's somewhat related with like cryptocurrency, I don't understand why you have to mine for it. That I'll never get. But the way that AI affects the environment is that the amount of computing power that is needed to do like a text prompt with ChatGPT, for example. There's like an article that came out where it's like saying please and thank you is wasting ChatGPT billions of dollars. Because what happens is you give it a prompt and it has to think about it, which more often than not is just making shit up. And so there's a data center somewhere that is conducting billions of calculations all at once. And the amount of power that requires, it's crazy because it's actually affecting like local power grids and making people's electricity worse. Like their fridges are running worse because like typically the type of electricity you get runs on a certain wavelength, and the electricity needed in order to do all of the calculations in generative AI is so wonky that it fucks with the grid. It's insane. Like in order to get a response that quick, in order to like have it be more accurate, or like especially when generating images and has to pull through its entire data set, it takes a shit ton of power. Yeah, the cooling needed, it's all water cooled, so it weighs gallons of water. So it's like, if you think about it on a smaller scale, if you're rendering a video and you have a PC built and your PC is water cooled, it's pulling more energy from your outlet. It's using more water as you render out a video, right? Now, let's take AI generated video, for example, because it's a one-to-one analog. Let's say you're sitting there and you're generating, or not generating, you're just exporting, you're just rendering a video, and it's gonna take an hour. So that's an hour of more power being used. And then, on the generative side of it, you generate like a 3-second long video. You are now asking a data center to AI generate each frame of that image in a quick turnaround, because it doesn't want to make you wait, because they gotta have the line go up. And so each of those images alone is pulling from a massive data set of other images that they scraped. It's like, it is insane. Like some images, like depending on how advanced you get with it, or some videos, like you generate one video and it is using the equivalent amount of power as like an entire small city would use in a month. It's stupid. I was telling Ruby the other day, like, I'm really sad that, not necessarily that it seems like the world is ending, but that the way it's ending is so lame. Like, it seems like we're hurtling towards an apocalypse, but not like a cool Mad Max apocalypse. Yeah, water for coolant. And a lot of it is like evaporating because of how hot it gets, so they use so much water. But yeah, it just sucks that the apocalypse we're headed towards is so dumb. So dumb and boring and needless and stupid. Like in the one, like, listen, obviously coal, dumb, fossil fuels, dumb, but like clearly we needed that for the Industrial Revolution, and it's like we didn't know at the time, and like capitalism, whatever, it's like, oh man, that sucks as an apocalypse. But it somehow stings more to be like, let's use all the power in the world to generate a video of Will Smith eating spaghetti. And that's what's gonna end the world? Just ask Will Smith to eat spaghetti. How's that bad? Am I stupid? Well, yeah, so the complicated thing about the water cycle is that most water that evaporates goes back into the ocean. And so we're wasting fresh water. It is possible to run out of fresh water. Like, we're already out of water in a lot of places. Like, there are data centers in, I think, Arizona. And it's like, dude, don't you understand that that water could be put to much better use in the location that you're in currently? Also, yeah, lets off a lot of heat, so it contributes to more heat entering the atmosphere. And also, like, they typically build the data centers in low-income neighborhoods. And so the people who are being directly affected by power outages and this use of power and water are the people who need it most. So fun. That's the thing, Opatokyo. I don't want to focus on the theft of it because I don't think it's a compelling argument to people that don't mind AI, especially if people are using AI to make memes, because memes are already stolen images. Like, my argument is that even if all AI was not stealing images and it was using purchased data sets, it would still be bad. Like, the theft aspect of it for artists is a really important. I don't want to downplay how important of a problem it is for artists, but for the average person, the theft argument is not compelling enough. No, I get that vibe, Zato, I understand. It is confusing. It took me a while to understand, too. But, no, the most annoying thing having to explain is that, like, my family, there are a lot of people in my family who have been teachers for a long time or are becoming teachers, and hearing them talk about how they use ChatGPT, it is infuriating to me because I can't get it across to them that they shouldn't do it, not least because one of them is an environmental teacher, but like because it's wrong. It doesn't know what it's doing. It's made up. But like people are like, oh, I just use it to like answer questions. So use Google. It's wrong. It is making stuff up. It is incorrect. I would tell you to try this, but don't because of the energy required. But like, there's a video I watch of this guy who like just like collects screenshots of like ChatGPT being wrong about things, and he just put out a video of like people trying to play 20 questions with ChatGPT, and I don't think there's a clearer way to show that it's just wrong and doesn't know anything than trying to play 20 questions with it. Like one of the examples is like, it's like, let's play 20 questions, and ChatGPT says, okay, is the thing you're thinking of an animal? And the person's like, yes. Like, is it a mammal? And they're like, no. And they're like, okay. Is it a mammal? And they're like, no. They're like, all right. Does it have 4 legs? And they're like, no. He's like, okay. Is it a mammal? They're like, no. He's like, okay. Is it a household pet? They're like, no. They're like, okay. So would you say that the animal you're thinking of could be a pet in a household? They're like, no. And it asks more than 20 questions. And it's like, hey, sorry, you asked too many questions, you're done. And ChatGPT's like, is it a mammal? It's like, dude, it doesn't know what it's doing. It doesn't know anything. It's just predictive text. It doesn't know anything. It can't do math. It makes shit up. There are so many lawyers getting in trouble for using ChatGPT because, like, in their papers or whatever, they cite, they're like, hey, could you, they ask ChatGPT, they're like, hey, could you cite a case where this would be relevant for my argument? Like, yeah, here's this case from 2007. They take it to a judge and like, hey, just so you know, lawyer that used ChatGPT, not a real case. Didn't happen. Not real. Made up. Like, it... Like, not only are we heading toward an apocalypse in the sense of, like, the environment, but also the next generation of, like, professionals won't know anything. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's pulling a bunch of data and then, like, doesn't understand what the data is. It doesn't understand anything. It's just guessing. That's the problem too. That's the problem. And because people keep like slapping AI and everything. My like web portal for my college right now has a EDU version of ChatGPT built in. And the problem is, you shouldn't expect the average person to be aware of all of the issues with AI, right? Like, the only reason that I know all this stuff is because I'm always online. But, like, some people have a life. Some people, like, work a crazy job, and then they go to school, and, like, homework is difficult, and the fucking educational portal is offering you ChatGPT on a silver platter. I don't blame the average person for resorting to it. I blame the companies for pushing it everywhere. Because, like, if you're given a situation, if you don't know anything about AI, and you're given essentially a magic tool that will do your homework for you, or doing it the old-fashioned way, you're gonna take the tool. We use calculators. The average person doesn't know the difference. You know what I mean? And that's what sucks the most, is that in order to, like, the loudest voices are the ones that are the most convincing, and they're the ones telling you to use it because they want the money for it. And so the average person doesn't know all of the problems with it, and you try to explain the problems to them, and it's not going to get through to them because it's such a convenient tool for them to use, and they think that it's helping them. And it's just really unfortunate. If you couldn't tell, I care a lot about this topic. Yeah, everyone's just jumping it, and, like, I don't even want to get into some of the darker stuff that's happening with, like, chatbots and, like, how it's affecting kids and stuff, and, like, there's a lot of dark things that happen in real life. But, like, it sucks. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in. We are in the middle of talking about stuff that's making me upset. We're talking about AI and all of the ramifications, but we're also shiny hunting, so welcome in. Thanks for the raid. Crazy me, we live in a world where the students have to sign academic integrity forms saying you won't use generative AI, and then teachers use it. Yes, exactly. And we're paying for that. Yeah, no. It was really interesting. Like, I was in a creative writing class last semester, and someone at the end, like, we finished the class, it was like, we did workshops, we read people's stories, and at the end we were asking questions about, like, publishing and all that, because our professor had published before. People were asking questions, and someone asked, like, do you think it would be okay for me to use generative AI on a book cover? And it was really interesting to I didn't want to chime in because I don't ever want to, like, first of all, I hate talking with people that I don't know all that well. But so I was, like, curious. I was listening in, right? And I was, like, wanted to see what other people had to say. And we kind of all sort of came to the same conclusion, right? That, like, listen, people are gonna notice, and, like, it might reflect on the content of the book itself, and, like, if you don't have time to put effort into that, then how are we gonna expect people to put effort into reading it, stuff like that, all the things that I've been talking about. And she was like, okay, I understand. But I felt really bad because the reason why she asked the question again goes back to the fact that you can't expect everybody to know everything about how AI works and why it's bad if they're just a normal person with, like, a job and a life. Because what she was saying is that, like, single mom works a job, barely has time to go to school, and she's like, listen, if I wanted to self-publish and I don't have enough money to pay for a cover and I don't have enough time or the skill to learn how to do it, should I just use generative AI for the cover? And that made me really sad because I so badly wanted to jump in and explain all the reasons why it's a bad idea, and it is. I don't think that the justification that she was giving, well, it wasn't justification, it was her explanation. She doesn't feel the need to justify it because she doesn't know all the bad things about it, which is why she asked the question. And when she learned about all the things that we explained, she's like, oh, okay, that makes sense, I wouldn't do that. But if you take that as a glimpse into the average person that doesn't know a lot about AI, you could see why it's so appealing, right? Clearly, I have enough time to sit down and spend 8 hours shiny hunting. I'm unemployed. I'm in a very lucky situation where I have time to be able to be on the internet all the time and know these things. But not everybody does. And that's the sad thing, is because that's most people. And so it's just really unfortunate because it does make so much sense. You know? It's such a simple solution if you only think about it on the surface level. And all the arguments about, like, well, art only matters because of the intent behind it. The average person also doesn't think about that. They go to watch a movie, and they're like, wow, that thing existed. You know? They don't think about the director or the choices, the script writing. Like, one of the things that I think is the most illuminating about, like, the average person's view on what writing is, myself as a writer, is that, like, something I didn't realize for a long time, and when I learned it, I'm like, this makes so much more sense when I see, like, random takes about movies and stuff, is that, like, I don't think the average person knows that movies are written, if that makes sense. Like, whenever they criticize the writing of the movie, it's typically the dialogue. I don't think people usually take a step back and realize that every single thing you see on the screen was written. If somebody has a prop, they wrote that prompt in the script. And so, like, a lot of criticism I see is, like, why did, like, I don't know, it's a media literacy thing, I guess. A lot of people treat character decisions where it's like, why would they do that? That's stupid. And it's like, but the story, like, yeah, that is stupid, but that's the point. Like, that, I don't know. I can't articulate this point well, but it's something I think about often. I don't think people know what writing is. They don't stop to think about what it is. World building is part of it as well. Like, the plot itself. I think people watch movies and just assume they just kind of happen. But that's sort of a window into the thought that, like, people don't really see the intent and, like, the human-made elements of things, which is why AI stuff is so popular with average people. Because it's no different. You know? You know, let's take a hard turn into optimism now. I tend to like to be optimistic most of the time. That statistic about most of the U.S. can only read at a 6th grade level and media literacy is an all-time low is as true as it is false. I want to inject some optimism into this. It is really easy to get super like doomer mode about the future of the world. A lot of the literacy statistics in the U.S. come from literacy companies. We don't have a lot of actual stats from, like, uninterested groups without any bias. And we don't have a lot of updated things. And there is actually some indication that people on the whole are getting smarter and more well-read. The issue isn't that the entirety of the world, or more specifically the United States I'll focus on because that's where I am. There is no evidence that the entirety of it is going downhill. There is some evidence that a lot of people are doing better than they ever had before. The issue lies in the gap between people that are doing well and people that are doing poorly. The reason why the average is so mid is because the people that are doing worse than ever before. But the people that are doing better than ever before. We're losing average. And that's where the real problem is. It isn't all bad. It isn't a complete and utter failure. But there have been eras in the United States specifically, I don't know about stats anywhere else, there have been eras of education in the United States that were worse than we are now. There were like 4 different ways of teaching language learning, and there are still different ways being tested to see what's more effective. It's kind of sucks that the only way to test is to, like, have an entire generation of kids be the guinea pigs for a new type of learning, but that's unfortunately the only way to do it. And so, like, they're testing different methods for teaching, and they are finding better ways to teach. And so it's not all hopeless. There are improvements being made. It just so happens that there are more people being left behind and getting worse. And AI is throwing a wrench into all that as well, but the world is complicated, and I think that's something to remember that is both good and bad, which is that it's not all as simple as it seems. Just because, like, you know what sucks too, and it's hard to explain because it feels bad to say without feeling like you are diminishing any of the real experiences that people are having. There are a lot of people having a really bad time right now. And so what I'm about to say is not diminishing that at all, but it is a little bit of perspective. As fucked as everything seems, and this is going to sound insane with everything going on, but this is the most peaceful the world has ever been. This is the safest the world has ever been. And you might be thinking, hang on, there are several things happening right now that are in direct contradiction to that. Yes, it has been worse though. That's the thing, right? Is that as bad as things are now, things are getting better. And one of the reasons why things seem particularly bad now is because of how the 24 hours news cycle works. They always need to be talking about the worst thing. Otherwise, why would you tune into the news, right? And so it feels like the frequency of bad things happening is more than it's ever been. Because they're never going to talk about the good things on the news, right? And that's the problem. And again, like I said, I don't want to diminish anybody that's going through some really bad stuff right now, because that is happening. It's not to say that there aren't bad things happening, but it is to say that there have been more worse things happening more often, historically. If it ever feels hopeless, just know it's been getting better, and it continues to get better. As much as things are getting worse, things are also getting better. Both things can be true at the same time. Never lose hope. There's as much, if not more, good news out there than there is bad news. It just is unfortunate that the bad news is really bad and also ever present in the news. But yeah, lots to think about. Anyway, shiny hunting. That's one of the things, by the way, not to transition from that directly into self-promo again, but that's one of the, the reason I'm so passionate about that specific outlook on life and why I want to emphasize that is that is the fuel behind my stories. Yeah, I think now that the layout is gone, I feel more comfortable actually talking about anything other than losing my mind about the layout. You can take me more seriously now, slightly. I know I'm wearing a top hat and a shirt with my Pokemon on it, but you get it. But, like, I think the main theme throughout all of my stories is that shit's bad. Good always wins, though. Even if that win looks a little rough. You know? There's always hope. Everything always comes back to the books. I'm sorry. I'm obsessed with them. Things may be bad, but in the midst of it all, Safari Week. And really, at the end of the day, isn't that all that matters? We got book lore. Guys, who, what, where are we talking about? Rogar! I freaking love this guy! Hell yes! If you guys didn't know, this is what my trainer cape is based on. My trainer sprite has a cape based on Rogar. Rogar sucks. He's the main bad guy of Thrones 1, but he's one of my favorite characters. I really like this guy. He is the protagonist of his own story. He is the main character of his own story. He thinks that he's the savior. He wants to protect his people, and he's following a boss who has led him astray. And I love him. I love him. He gets better, I promise. Better as a character, I mean. The first book, he really is just generic bad guy, kinda, but I really like how that guy turned out. AJ created him, by the way, Advocide. That's how we became friends. I was writing comics, and like, I need a bad guy for this comic, and he took the notebook out of my hand and turned it over and drew Rogar on the back. I was like, oh, okay, alright. That was in middle school, 6th grade. Anyway, I think I know what's in memes right now, and I don't want to hit the spoiler image, but I'm going to anyway. Yeah, I don't know what I expected. Like, I knew exactly what it was going to be when I clicked it, and yet... I can't believe we got a sequel to the Sopal image before Thrones After Time. Insane. That's what I'm saying, Widest Way. Pacing is the biggest issue of Thrones 1. It is breakneck. I think I fixed it by Thrones 2, though. A lot happens in Thrones 2, but it's more singular focused on, like, the main plot. But, like, Thrones 1, so many things, like, too many things happen. Shiny Magmar is cool though. A nice pink. I don't like Magmortar. I tried to like Magmortar when Part 2 of the DLC came out, and Crispin, who is my favorite character of Part 2 of the DLC, had all the Magmortar. I'm like, I'm trying to like it. I don't like Magmortar. I think it's because I like Magmar too much, and also Magmortar's lips bother me because where are they connected? What are they doing? Magmortar's got fucked vibes. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think part of the reason I don't like Magmortar is because they knocked it out of the park with Electivire. Electivire goes so hard, and then Magmortar is just kind of also there. I don't like Rhyperior. If you guys have watched the Ruby's Tier List series, you know why I don't like Rhyperior. If Rhyperior wasn't related to Rhyhorn and Rhydon, I think I'd like it more. But I don't like the idea that a four-legged wild rhino that you can catch in the Safari Zone will eventually grow up to be like a construction worker. Like a man with a job and a family. You know? I hate drinking with a top hat on. I think I just spilled a bunch on my shirt. I gotta go change my shirt. I'm so sad, you guys. No more Body Run shirt. I'm gonna cry hysterically. Read Void Jumpers, by the way.
I am Pel Ironleaf, and the realm of Eldaria is my home. Though home is a place now unfamiliar, my story ended before it could even begin. Now, by some twist of fate, my story's end has become another beginning.
Every story ever told is real, and I know when mine is being told. Like right now, this is a book ad, I think. Did I ruin the vibe?
That insect is the harbinger of chaos. He flaps his space blue wings and with one movement changes the course of countless stories.
Some call him fate or destiny. More commonly, coincidence, karma, chaos, Kaglos.
Every choice has led us here. We can't win.
But why? What's the one thing that always brings us back here?
Keenan, it's them.
Someone's behind all this.
Ain't no way the harvesters are working alone.
I want to do something important.
Save us.
You and I are the same. We want to bring peace to the multiverse.
I'm glad I could share the page with you in whatever weird bunch of universes ends up telling your story.
That is the unfortunate end to walking a dark path without a friend to carry the light. One can get so used to the darkness that any light they see is blinding. Every story ever told.
Every story ever told is real.
So, something really funny about this new apartment is our last apartment, we had a walk-in closet that I streamed in. So the walk-in closet was my stream room. And we had a tiny little closet in our bedroom. This new apartment, I stream in an actual room. This is technically a bedroom. Although it's really small for a bedroom. I imagine it's meant for like a kid. And our bedroom has a walk-in closet. The walk-in, like I just went in there to change my shirt, right? The walk-in closet is identical to the one that I streamed in the last place. So every time I walk in there, immediately, like my Pavlov response, like I gotta start recording. Like I have essentially the possibility of an exact duplicate of my previous stream room in this apartment. And we're using it as an actual closet. So I go in there and I'm like, huh. Shiny Pokemon. Oh, I ding dong. Whoop ding and they dong right now. Shiny Mareep Emerald after 774 encounters, but it fled? Hey, wait a minute. That's what I'm looking for. Well, not necessarily. It's not necessarily a target, but be nice to find. No way, shiny shirt. I wonder if we'll get an under odds phase. I'd be okay going over odds again though, if only by a little bit. The fact that I caught Teddiursa, that's given the Safari Zone a lot of free goodwill on my end, because like that's a target and I caught it, so like I'm good now. 12,000 something? Let me check. Um, 12,798 was Teddiursa. Hold on, what? So, okay, if this is the screenshot that gets immortalized and printed out, what was the chat doing in this screenshot? I can do Jurassic Park 2. Okay, so get this. There's dinosaurs. Jaws? Safari Freak would be Gremlin's stripper name. Yeah, do Lost World of Jurassic Park. Call me Safari Freak the way I'm not doing Safari Week. What about Ice Age Dawn of the Dinosaurs? What is your favorite dinosaur? The last chat is, what is your favorite dinosaur? I didn't even see that question because of, obviously, the shiny Teddiursa. What a great selection of chats to be immortalized. Who did the stripper name message? Astrogoats. What is your favorite dinosaur? I feel like I don't know if that chatter is still here, but I feel like I gotta answer that question. And, I'm sorry. This is a complicated answer. I'm gonna be that guy. I'm sorry. I feel like everyone that points this out, like, it's such a... It feels like such a fun fact that's, like, true but in a fake way. And I feel like anytime someone points... I don't know if this is just me being self-conscious, but I feel like anyone that points it out immediately sounds like a... actually... Like the fucking nerd emoji. But... birds are dinosaurs. My favorite dinosaur is the Roadrunner because it's alive and I see it every day. You know what I mean? Like, have a favorite dinosaur all you want. We don't know exactly what they look like. Alright? I can see a Roadrunner every once in a while and I'm like, that's the closest thing we're going to get to seeing a raptor in real life. Velociraptor. You know what I mean? But if we're talking strictly extinct, it gets more complicated again because I think that dinosaur is an umbrella term that is too widely used. Which is why I don't think people are willing to accept that birds are dinosaurs. Because I think dinosaur just applies to way too many things. Like, I think that, like, sauropods and shit, totally different subset of, like, type of creature than, like, a T-Rex. And I'm gonna be so lame right now. I'm gonna be so incredibly lame right now. You know that bell curve graph where it's like the low IQ, high IQ, mid IQ, high IQ, and then it's like, so picture that graph. Low IQ, my favorite dinosaur is T-Rex. Mid IQ, my favorite dinosaur is insert whatever fucking like most niche scientific name that no one can pronounce dinosaur ever, right? The high IQ, my favorite dinosaur is T-Rex. Guys, I hate to say it, my favorite dinosaur is T-Rex. That is the Charizard of dinosaurs, but I have an explanation for this, alright? I was telling Ruby about this a while ago, and like, this is gonna sound like a complete left field, hard turn pivot to a different topic of conversation. Promise it's related. I don't understand American patriotism. I don't get it. Like, it was like, wave the flag, 4th of July, hell yeah, brother! Eagle screech. You know what I mean? I don't get it. Because, like, horrible things that we've done in our past. But, there are two things that I'm patriotic about. Only two. Only two things that I'm patriotic about. And it has nothing to do with the history of the country as a country, and only to do with the landmass that it's situated on. I am patriotic about our national parks. I think that's cool. I think it's cool that we have national parks and we have insane natural monuments over in the United States. Grand Canyon, Yellowstone, shit like that. I'm patriotic about that, right? And the other thing, the T-Rex. Dude, North American native. One of the biggest land predators the Earth has ever seen. My backyard? That's where he lived? You're joking. I think that the only way, listen, there's not a patriotic bone in my body, except for all the bones that make up a T-Rex. Hell yeah, brother. American flag, T-Rex roar. Give me a waving American flag gif with a T-Rex PNG on top of it. That is the only thing that I have American patriotism for. That is the only thing. The Tyrannosaurus Rex. Holy shit. Dude, I don't care that it is the Charizard of dinosaurs. I don't care. There is a reason it's so popular. I would go so far as to say that paleontology is only as popular as it is because of the T-Rex. It so thoroughly gripped the imagination of people that I think it drove an insane number of people to be interested in early paleontology. It's so interesting, like, historically, and, like, listen, you know I like Jurassic Park. I don't like the T-Rex because of Jurassic Park, because that's not what the T-Rex looked like. I think the reason I like T-Rex so much is because it was a real animal that existed. Like, I think a lot of people that say their favorite dinosaur is T-Rex, they picture movie monster T-Rex, or, like, big, scary, rah. The reason T-Rex is my favorite dinosaur is because imagining it as a real animal that actually existed, which it was, is insane to me. Because think about any large predator that is alive today. What do? Tigers, brown bear, lion. What are they doing when they're not hunting? They're sleeping in the shade, dude. They're taking care of their young. Could you imagine? Big ass, bipedal, massive, huge, greatest bite force the world has ever seen. Walking around, plopping down on the ground with a baby in the shade of a big ass tree. I'm gonna start crying. There's a reason the T-Rex is my favorite. It's because that was an animal, dude. It did animal things. It shat out its butt. Dude, it pissed. That was an animal. Nature's so beautiful, man. So yes, my favorite dinosaur is T-Rex. But only because that was a real animal that existed. And there's so much whimsy in the world remembering that that's true. I was just recently, Ruby and I went to New York and we went to the Natural History Museum. We saw the T-Rex fossil on display. And I was just enamored by it. And you know, it's funny too, because like, you know, obviously there's a lot of more research as like paleontology gets more modern of like a lot of dinosaurs turns out probably had feathers. But I think there was a bit of an overcorrection when we first learned about this, where all of a sudden every dinosaur had feathers, which we know isn't true. We have skin impressions. And I think it's, you know, again, it's that thing I was talking about earlier where like people tend to like look at their outlook on life as all or nothing, one or the other. But obviously things are more complicated than that. And it's so cool to me that it definitely was a mix of the two. And it's crazy because like the T-Rex is so interesting in that there is as much evidence that it had feathers as there is evidence that it didn't. There's not evidence that we don't know either way. There is direct contradictory evidence for both. And so my idea, which I don't know if this is scientifically supported or not, but I like to think it because I think it's cool. Feathers serve several purposes. One of which would have been more important in dinosaurs before flight evolved, was insulation, right? And so there's a reason why we think that the bigger a dinosaur got, the less likely it was that it had feathers. Because the bigger an animal gets, the less it needs insulation, right? I mean, think about it. Elephants are mammals, and most mammals are hairy. Elephants, they have hair, but they're not like covered in fur because they're big as hell in the savannah. You know what I mean? Like, they don't need it. And so it's a similar thing with things like T-Rex. But it is likely the case, considering, you know, evidence of like older Tyrannosaurids, that like the babies, like they probably hatched with some fuzz. But my favorite interpretation, which I don't know is supported, but honestly, this is gonna sound insane. I think Pokemon got it right. Not necessarily got it right, but I like the idea that they put forward. Tyrantrum, right? So a lot of the time, things that evolve are typically like function first. Well, that's not even necessarily true, because, you know, trying to attract a mate is also function, or being intimidating is also function. But like feathers, you know, you would need them for insulation. But what typically happens is that if you're comfortable in the niche that you're in, what will happen is that animals will evolve to like exaggerate certain aspects to show that they have the ability to extend extra energy in order to like have crazy displays or whatever, right? I think it would make perfect sense if, much like a lion, like they're also out in the savannah and they don't have a lot of fur because of like they don't need the insulation, it's warm, except the males that have massive manes. Like Tyrantrum with that big fur thing around it, I think it would be awesome. Again, not supported, but like technically not impossible. If like T-Rexes didn't have feathers, unless they were males with giant display structures around their necks, you know, or anywhere else really. But yeah, no, I think that T-Rex is really cool because there's just so much research about them. That people find so many T-Rex fossils are found in North America. It's like one of the dinosaurs we know the most about, one of the most complete skeletons that we have. It's got like a huge history in paleontology itself. It's just so cool. So yeah, T-Rex is my favorite, even though that seems like a lame answer on the surface. Just Teddiursa so far. We got book lore. Let's get an encounter in. Any shinies? No. Alright. Guys? Who, what, where are we talking about? Yo! Shardigrade. This one specifically being pulled by the chains of a Captain Harvester ship. Shardigrades are the oldest creatures in the Nova Storm. They can range in size from anywhere between the length of a human hand to the length of the distance between LA and New York. They shoot lasers out of their mouth and or hands. They're hyper intelligent. Whenever they come across each other in the storm, they bump heads in what is scientifically referred to as a vibe check. They feed on vibes. They eat slowed time, and so boredom is a good substitute for slowed time. They eat time jellies because time jellies sort of condense slowed time within them. So they feed on vibes, and so unfortunately what this means is that the lasers that they shoot are the condensed energy that they expel from eating vibes, which means that that's their excrement, which means that when they shoot lasers, they're pissing. Or the equivalent, rather. They don't piss or shit. They expel used energy via their lasers. So that sucks. Sorry you had to know that. It's not like gross, because it's not literally a piss laser. It's just an analog, you know what I mean? Like, they do not piss or shit because they don't eat solid foods. They eat vibes. And so when they digest vibes, they gotta get rid of that excess energy somehow, which happens to manifest as lasers. Yeah, there are a couple scenes that have a completely different context if you consider it being pissed on. I did. Opal Tokyo, yeah. I did. When did we leave Stantler Hell? At around 12,700 encounters. Almost 12,800. We found Teddy Ursa in Emerald, and I caught it. $12,798. Yeah, real close to 12,800. Now I'm thinking about T-Rex. I'd love to just see one, just to know for sure what they look like. I have a favorite paleo art of T-Rex. It is like a fully feathered one, which I don't think is likely, but I like it because it reminds me of like why I like the T-Rex, imagining it as like a big animal, because it reminds me of like bears. Hold on. I think, yeah, this is it. This is my favorite paleo art of T-Rex, as unlikely as it is. Like, they really were just animals, right? You know? Like, I like them being depicted as animalistic, like they were. Cute little animals. Calzone on Absol's stream looks wrong. Hold on, I need to look at this. I need to investigate. Huh. Yeah, something's off about Calzone today. Huh. That's great. I was just gonna put in chat, Yo, Calzone, you been working out? That's crazy. I gotta finish that. I have like a huge Jurassic Park and Lost World book, and I finished reading Jurassic Park and then like gave up a chapter into Lost World. I gotta get back to that. You know, this lends credence to the idea that Calzone is stored in the mustache. Like the mustache is like a possessing force. You know? I believe in this theory now. Calzone is the mustache. In fact, I have proof of this. I need to find my proof. Where is my proof of this? Oh no, guys, there's been a cover-up. I think I've lost my one and only proof. Where the hell is my picture of Calzope? Guys, Calzone doesn't want you to know this. He's hiding it from us. I think it's gone. Someone doesn't want us to know about Calzope. There's a cover-up happening. I need a red string whiteboard right now. Calzope. Where did my... I'm actually upset by this. I like that picture. You guys can't see that on camera, right? Okay, good. That drawer had my social security card in it. Yeah, I don't know where my picture of Calzope went, but trust me, Calzone is stored in the mustache. It's like the mask from the movie Mask. Calzone's just Venom, yeah. SCP, yeah. Seriously though, where did that go? Because, like, I like that picture. Is it hidden? It's gone forever. It's genuinely just gone. This is so sad. Very upsetting. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere, right when I don't need it. Wait a minute. Damn it, no! Who are you? Doo-doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo.
At the exact moment you forget.
The exact moment you forget? What does that mean? Thanks for 23 months, Omega. Hi, Omega. So I can't find the Calzope image, but I did find this from last Safari Week, and I find it endlessly funny. This is a picture of me hunting with my setup at the IRL last year. Not a single shiny found. All those encounters for naught. Can't find the Calzope image though. Why wouldn't it be in the same place? This is genuinely a cover-up. There's also this one that turned out so incredibly dark. It looks like we're in the back rooms or something. To be fair, Ruby also didn't find a shiny, and she was actively hunting the whole time. So there were 2 people there that didn't find anything. I wasn't the only one. I haven't unlocked those characters yet. I think Dallas survived the Capri Sun. Hat time!
Mr. Beast!
There we go. It's just that easy. Love how normal chat is. Double Stantler. Hey, could you encounter something, please? Thank you. Everyone find your cock shiny right now. How am I supposed to enjoy my stream without my cock? My hat? My Diet Dr. Cock? This gets a Skyfish Jack big nutsack. What? He's whipping his cock out. Double 5%. Pikachu Heracross. Love to see it. Oh man, Lux. Unfortunate. An entire Kingler is crazy though. Mr. Krabs, I have a cock. That's crazy. Mr. Krabs, I have an idea. The whole crab. 8172. Yeah, under odds. Technically. Oh. Hi, Skyfish Jack. Oh. Hey, Skyfish. You jacking it? What? Listen. I no longer want to kill you, just maim. Alright? I caught a target of mine, so I'm feeling better. But you still caught one of my targets while I was down. Kicked me while I was down, incredibly under odds while I'm going over odds. You find and catch a target of mine, and then you had the audacity to say that you would eat it? How dare you want to eat a Natu? Don't you dare! That's fucked up and evil. Yeah, so the plan today is 2 streams. I'm gonna take a break, sort of middle of the day. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna go. An hour or 2. I'm gonna feel a lot better about taking a break now that I have a shiny under my belt. But I will be back for a second stream later today. Not all one long one. Again, not ending yet, but just keep that in mind. Listen, you couldn't eat Natu like a grape. You couldn't. He's like this big. Natu is big. You have a really big mouth. Oh, okay, never mind. Then why is he so small on my screen? Oh, yeah, because... But I don't have anything to say to that, actually. No, you're right. I guess you're right. You feeling any better, Ego Blocks? Freaking love Mantine. I'll be right back. I have to blow my nose until I die. Now that Skyfish Jack's here, watch the Skyfish Jack trailer. I'll be right back.
I am the Sentinel, and my life broke the universe. The war is over. I'm not needed anymore. I broke time just to keep living. That's all I'm good at, destroying things. I lost everything when I made that choice. Even all that I've created, all that I've saved, it's been for nothing.
I'm sorry. Even I can't fix this paradox. We're doomed.
I love you. Even after I'm gone, you'll outlive me. Don't deny it. I will be by your side, always. Until death do us part.
Is just as fragile as your mind. I'll break both.
It's only good to destroy.
Say goodbye to your savior.
Am I too late?
I'm gonna die. My allergies are killing me. I hate it. It's not fair. Allergies should not exist. Can we find 2 shinies today? Is that possible? Is that gonna happen? Am I allowed to do that? Yoink. What is Apom? 10% now in this area? And then 5% Gligar, 5% Snubble, 5% Stantler. Most common thing is Mareep, right? Oh, and then 30% Sunkern? Ew. What is the most shinies I found in a single day for Safari Week? I think still 2021. Lickitung, Larvitar, Cubone, Sandslash with 4. The one throne. Alright. We're going to read one whole random page of Thrones of Time, Generation 1, The Paradox Master. Read my books, by the way. I write books. You should read them. Let's find a random page of Thrones 1. The Sentinel perked up. Can you answer any of them? I have so many. I need to show you something. The astronaut stood up and made her way to the Sentinel. She gestured toward his box. He handed it to her, and all three of them were off in a flash. They all appeared in the astronaut's ship. The Sentinel looked around. New ship? No, actually. I managed to go back and salvage the wrecked one. A lot of it's new, but it's still a good old Riptide deep down. Who's this guy? The Sentinel noticed a man sitting in the co-pilot seat. His hair was bright white with hints of gray. The man turned around, and the Sentinel was overtaken by a sudden feeling of deja vu. The man's scornful eyes stared him down. His face was long and thin, and his hair a mess. Do I know you? The man stood from his seat and held out his hand for a handshake. The name's Foxtrot. The Sentinel shook his hand cautiously. You haven't met him yet. Interesting. He's my co-pilot, the astronaut explained. He's from the Andromeda Galaxy. Thrones of Time, Generation 1, The Paradox Master. Shout out Foxtrot, by the way. A good character that everybody likes. And that nobody hates. We definitely like Foxtrot around here. Foxtrot's so cool. Generation 1, The Paradox Master. I don't know if this is... It's definitely... I actually do know it's just me, but, like... I'm really happy with the subtitles of the Thrones series, because they're all, like, plot relevant in ways that aren't immediately obvious, and, like, you guys don't know it yet. But, like, all of the Thrones titles, and the cover colors, by the way, all the colors of each cover are plot important as well. But you've got the green cover, The Paradox Master, blue cover, Broken Universe, red cover, Empty Throne, yellow cover, Ghosts of Nowhere, purple cover, 5 Years Gone, and then back to green with the Sentinel Paradox. And I'm really excited. Second one's blue because you make it sad. There are actually multiple reasons for the cover colors. And I can't explain all of them. The cover color for one being green is because of Rogar and Celeste. The cover color being blue for Thrones 2 is because of Time and Rey's suit. The cover color being red for Thrones 3 is because of the color of Eve's box and the other thing that I can't say, that if you've read Thrones you know. But because there are two reasons for each cover color being the reason that it is, that continues with Thrones After Time. The yellow cover being yellow because of something I can't say, and the other thing being, it's like a yellowish orange, which references the Nova Storm, which is the second thing. 5 Years Gone, I can explain both things. It's purple because of the Revstone of Thomas's Plasma, and because it's Keenan Quantum's favorite color is the second reason. And the last cover is green because of 3 reasons, and I can't tell you any of them. Yeah, the Void Jumpers covers are like that because of funky squares. Blue spine, orange back, and then the front two covers are just the same image of the Nova Storm cut in half, separated by mostly blue and mostly orange. They have very similar cover colors and also identical spines and back covers because it's essentially one story split into two. They're not meant to be technically two separate books. They're one story. Oh, yeah, the last cover is green because of Stantler. That's true, actually. Actually, in a way, that is true, and I'm not going to elaborate. Yeah, my goal is to have it come out next Safari Week. It's Wizard Quantum Showdown. It's going to be a lot shorter than... It's going to be shorter than the Void Jumpers and Thrones of Time books, but longer than a Joe Wizard book. It's going to be the first thing I've written that's that length, and it's kind of difficult to do, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. But yeah, the goal is next Safari Week. Calzone changed again? Oh my god. This is awesome. This is great. I hope everyone becomes Calzone. That's so funny. What if we're all Calzone? That's so true. The real Calzone was the friends we made along the way. The real Calzone was in our hearts. We all have the potential to become Calzone, but 5% Stantler. Hi, 5% Stantler. Kane Wolfbeam really got the 5% Stantler, huh? That's crazy. I keep getting paranoid that I'm gonna miss a shiny Phanpy. I genuinely can't tell the difference. What's this clip? What is this clip? That's crazy. Green shining and caught, red shining and fled. I wish Skorupi was back. Oh, the difference is the Phanpy shiny. Okay. The real Calzone died in a house fire in 1837 and a demon is now piloting his body. I believe this. Do we have any shinies here that can be red? Apom would be the closest, I think. It's kind of a pinkish red over there. I guess Mareep also. Quagsire would fit over there. Can we see Quagsire and can it run away, please? Raticate has been eradicated. Pun intended. It's been replaced with Zigzagoon and Shinx because we put more objects. Abra's also been replaced. Zigzagoon. That could maybe fit over there. I think if our first fail was a Quagsire, that'd be awesome. We could just... No, we actually can't find a second Teddiursa. I moved places, but like we could fail a second Teddiursa and I could just put an Ursaluna on the layout. That's red. For some reason. I don't know why they changed its color. Like, I like the red Ursaluna. It would have been cool if it was still green, though. Double Stantler. Love to see it. These encounters are quick. $16.50 encounters to go. Just gonna double it. When did you get a... Yeah, 60-50 encounters ago. It was at 12,780 something? Pretty early in the stream, all things considered. Actually, I made a post about it, so we can find a rough estimate here. Two hours ago. Roundabout. That layout is horrendous. I'm looking at the picture of finding the shiny. I'm so glad this is gone. For those that missed it, let me quick flashbang here. This is the immortalized layout. This is what it looked like when I found the shiny. Isn't that crazy? Huh. 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 I'm staring at my face when I do this. It's so funny. Crazy. Anyway. I gotta do something with that image. Like, put it on a shirt or print it out and frame it. Yeah, all of the shiny Stantler got hunted down by the bears. Crunky. Crunky Kong? Yo. Dude, the stuff coming out about that new Donkey Kong game looks exciting. I don't play video games, but like... It looks kind of fun, though. I don't want to spend the money on it, though, if I don't end up liking it. But it does look fun. So, I don't know if I'm technically allowed to share this because Randy's at work. I don't know if this will get him in trouble, but like, you guys gotta see this. I don't care if I'm breaking the law. So he's repairing somebody's iPhone, right? Because that's what his job is. Oh, I can't put that on the layout. Okay, let me get a screenshot of it then. How does this even happen? How does that even happen? I think if someone asks you to repair that, you just kind of gotta go like, no. Get a new one, man. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know how that happens. That's crazy. Uh-oh. What is this? This is gonna be a PNG bomb. But I'm gonna try to find a way to fit this on the layout. Oh, I guess it's not a PNG bomb. Did someone run him over with a car? He's booging out. Alright, I think in about 30 minutes, I'm going to end stream to take a midday break, and we'll be back for a second stream today. I'm getting real hungry. I don't have food in the house, so I gotta go get something. I should also get a frozen Baja Blast, because that shit's so good. Elixir of life. Let's see if we can get a second shiny in stream 1 in the last 30 minutes. Probably not, but it would be cool to get a second shiny for stream 2. We'll see. Yeah, this layout's like nice and normal. It's so awesome. You can actually see my stuff. My stuff that I put there to be looked at and seen. How wonderful. See, I saw the art of the apology for hiding Stanler, but the thing is, I don't trust you. Prediction will carry over to next stream. I don't trust that there isn't a Stantler in this image. I forgot about the slideshow. Did Green Chicha show up? I love the 10th Doctor Stantler. That's so funny. Tiny Willem Dafoe. It looks so weird to see him doing the splits all tiny like that. I'm so used to him being big across 2 games. Oh my god. I sneezed. 10th Doctor Stantler just showed up in the slideshow. Yo! Matt Pat Stantler. Just hit 14K. You gotta find something. Drawing goop with the Stantler brush, it's inescapable. It's in the slideshow. It'll show up eventually. What the hell, Cove? It's not even day 7. Also, how do people just have expired food? I have to make a conscious effort to hold on to expired food for day 7 purposes. I don't ever just have expired food. Listen, we don't know that Cove isn't radioactive. We don't know this. Been fed expired food since birth, dog? Do you think maybe that explains a lot? First venomous human. Yeah, it's a good thing water can't expire. Oh, did Shrek Oddish just show up in the slideshow? It may have been. It was so tiny on the layout that I forgot it was there, but now all the images in the slideshow are similarly sized. About water not expiring, I have a photo for day 7. Is it just like a container full of a cloud? It evaporated and now that's expired water. Cave water from the Stone Age. Must have been the wind. I kind of don't like how off-center all the games are, but like I can't really have any other way to put them. Like I could angle the camera down more to see more of the bottom of the game, but then that stuff would be cut off and you don't need to see the bottom of the game, but it still feels weird and I don't know how to feel about it. It's a little too late now, but I struggled to do a setup for a while before the start of Safari Week, and then it didn't end up really mattering because it got covered up. But now that it's not covered up, I'm looking at it more. Yeah, I wish the app that I used allowed me to use my 0.5 lens. That would help a lot, actually. But for whatever reason, it doesn't have that built in to maxing the zoom. It only uses one of the 3 cameras. One of the 2 cameras, actually. I did put Stantler in the Marie Pack, it's just not hidden. The brush used was Stantler's party icon. I broke trust too fast with the Boog image. Yeah. No, I knew there was a Stantler in there somewhere. Even if I couldn't see it. What do you use? It's called OBS Cam. New apartment is so much better. Well, it is and isn't. We have a lot more space. We actually have a closet that we can use as a closet instead of a stream room. This room is nice with the space, but I think it kind of gets stuffier than the closet did because they have an actual door that closes all the way, so there's not as much air circulation, so it gets real hot in here real fast in the summertime. And also because the room is bigger, I'm having to deal more with echoing issues. My audio is slightly different. I think I'm okay with it now, but just the fact that it's different, I can notice that there's more echo, even though I put sound panels everywhere. But other than that, like the day-to-day actual like life of it, way better. Joy-Cam lets you use 0.5? Ooh. May need to look into that. It does cut the Chicha potential. Also, Chicha isn't here right now. I'm currently house sitting for my parents, and so Ruby's spending a lot of time over there now that Safari Week has started. And so Chicha's over there with my cats. Chicha is obsessed with Fez, by the way. Also, Chicha will scratch on the door if she wants to come in, so I'll let her in whenever she is home. So I'm sure the Chicha potential will be very similar. She likes to hang out in here. I know, I miss Fez so much. I'm house sitting, so I see him a lot now, but every time I see him, I just know that it's only this time. And then soon I'll be back home. I want him here. Because, like, hanging out with him was one thing, but I miss when he sat on my desk and I would work on stuff. That's the main thing I miss. I like him hanging out. VB hates my ass. Dude, I worked so hard to get VB. My name was on the adoption papers. We got through hoops in order to get her when we found her in our backyard. And she hates my ass. She does look really silly, though. Why didn't you take VB? Because she hates my ass? Also because the apartment we moved into wasn't big enough for both Chicha and VB. Where'd the layout go? I found Teddy Ursa. We were freed from the prison. $12K now? I hope he finds something soon. I was just at 12K. I remember when that was me. Oh, my spine. Yeah, in like 20 minutes. Ending the stream 1 for the day. We'll be back for stream 2. Can we find a last minute second shiny of stream 1? The answer may surprise you. It's no. What is this? Is this just a link to the Animorphs? I just got kind of tired. I woke up way too early. Not on purpose, though. Was just up at 5 and, like, felt awake. And I'm like, man, I'm gonna have to deal with this today, aren't I? That's why we started super early today, but, like, the downside, like, upside waking up early, I could do so much before I start, like, going live, so I can still feel like I had a day and was productive. Downside is that you get tired way sooner. I think I need that a Baja Blast freeze, like my life depends on it. Once we hit 1 p.m. here, I'll be taking a brief break. Feels so much nicer though to end the stream knowing I have a shiny. Now there's less pressure for stream 2 of today, though it would be really cool. Plan on going late as well for the second stream. Sort of alternating which days are late days and which ones are short days. Going back and forth, try to keep the balance. Sort of do like a late night stream where I stay here at home, and then end early stream where I go back to my parents' house for house sitting. Back and forth. Because the thing with the cats is that last time I did house sitting was when the Safari Week IRL was happening and when we moved out. And so we were living at the new apartment like all the time, and I would just go to my parents' house to do things like feed the cats and, you know, all the household stuff. And when my parents came back, the cats were like insane, and my parents were like, this time someone's got to be sleeping at the house most of the week, because the cats go crazy if they're alone for too long. Oh, that's exciting, Opal Tokyo. That sounds fun. We're gonna hit 2,000 already. That's crazy. These encounters are nuts, dude. I freaking love the Safari Zone. It's so much easier to appreciate how quick the encounters are when you're starting from 0. I think the reason why I hate hitting 10k so much is that right around that time, you stop feeling the progress of how quick the encounters are. Because it takes longer for that first digit to change. You know what? I need to actually look up a couple things. Sunkern and Phanpy. What am I looking for? Okay. Gen 3. Gen 3. What do you look like an emerald? Okay, Phanpy. I'm not going to notice that. Sunkern. I mean, maybe I'll notice. I think I'll probably notice Sunkern. Phanpy, though, with the way my screen looks, I don't think there's any way I'm going to notice that. Guess we'll see. Huh. Just don't miss the sparkles. Yeah, that's why I have the audio on everything. I did that set of encounters weird. Oh, good luck with that. I couldn't possibly do this hunt with the sound off. I need to be able to hear. Please encounter something. There we go. Down to the last 10 minutes. Yoink. Man, I gotta catch up on so many YouTube videos. Freak, dude. I'm just now seeing... Oh, how did I not notice this earlier? I'm just now seeing the Thrones Riz in the books chat in the Discord. Insane. Jim. Jim. That was a full odds Jim. That was a full odds random Jim. That's crazy. Full odds random Jim. Yo, Beyond Gone. Oh, array quote. Fun fact about that quote, actually, you're joking. That can't be right. That can't be right. That's not possible. That is Keenan reacting to information shared to him in Void Jumpers 2. That bit of dialogue is directly ripped word for word from something that I said, because Safari Week 2021, when I had that insane luck, that's how I reacted to a shiny. I forget which one. And that video was like the second video on the Nova League when we came back to the channel, and it was popping off. And right after that video came out, I went on vacation with my parents, and I didn't bring a lot with me, and so I was like constantly rewatching that video because it popped off, and I'm like, wow, I cooked with this one, you guys. And so I had that video stuck in my head, and I had Safari Week stuck in my head because it had just happened. And then I sat down and wrote Void Jumpers 1 and 2 in like 2 weeks, like the rough drafts. And so when Keenan reacts to that information, I just instinctively wrote his reaction the exact same way that I reacted to one of the shinies in Safari Week 2021. And that happens pretty late into Void Jumpers 2, so if ever you doubted that, I guess it's not direct proof, but like, I wrote those books back to back in 2 weeks, just the rough draft, and that scene stayed essentially the same from the inception. It's crazy to look back at like Safari Week 2021 and see like Pell's house in my background and the Trailblazer, and like, I'm not even talking about Void Jumpers yet, but like, you can see some of my games are like, the OT is Pell, one of the other games OT is Keenan. It's Void Jumpers all the way down. It is Void Jumpers from the very start. Unavoidable. Which one? Read Void Jumpers, by the way, or and I'm Keenan? Read Void Jumpers, by the way. Real. 5 more minutes. We've passed 2,000. Hooray. ...2016. Good year. That's when I came up with Exquisite Quantum Showdown. That's when Keen and Quantum was created. ...2022. Good year. ...2028. That's when Thrones After Time Generation 4 comes out. Yo, 2034. That's when I lose both my arms in a freak meat grinder accident. Oh right, splits Keenan. I might have to put that back on the layout. Yo, 2040. That's when I died due to complications of my arms being ripped off in that freak meat grinder accident 6 years prior. Yo, 2046. This one's crazy because that's actually when I rise from the dead. Still don't have my arms back though. ...2052 is great because that's when I have both my arms back. Cybernetic. Although I had them for 2 years already because not everything happens after 6 years time intervals. And 2058 is when everything resets. We're back to 2003. Timeline reset. We gotta do it all over. We're running it back. That's crazy. Playing the game that makes you feel worse. Surely I will recover. Yeah, what a weird time to revert back to, but I don't make the rules. I'm just telling you how it is. $2070. Good year. We keep saying that, Cove, and then we keep talking about it. Yo, we got book lore for the last minute of stream. It's a good place to call it because I'm ending at 1 here, and then we'll do a second stream today. Good set of encounters to call it on. Let's spend the last minute talking about someone, someplace, something. Alexander Ironleaf. Can I get a shout out for Alexander Ironleaf, the GOAT? This is Pel's human father, and I love him so much. He's a blacksmith. He knows a lot about the metal demonite. He provides weapons for the war for all the humans and elves in Eldiria. He is a well-liked member of the community. Goated father. He's the one that introduced Pel to the stories of Soap the Bubble. He's also the one that handmade a little soap plush for Pel. In Pel's childhood, they would play, they would, oh! I was kind of worried that would happen. So actually, instead of ending stream right now, we're going to go for a little bit longer. Welcome in, everyone. Thanks for the giant dancing giraffe rig emote. That is awesome. I know Absol just rated, but don't tell Absol that the only reason I'm subscribed to him on Twitch.tv is for that emote. Don't tell him I said that. And if you heard that, no you didn't. I paid good money for that emote. Fine. I'll stick around a little longer. Guys, if you're not already following Absol, what's wrong with you? Hit that follow button. If you don't, you're all rigged to explode. I jumped in the stream a couple times and I noticed that Calzone looked a little different a couple times, and I tried looking for evidence of my theory, but it seemingly has been deleted or removed because there seems to be some sort of cover-up going on. My theory is that Calzone is stored in the mustache, right? That it's like a Venom symbiote type situation. I think that the mustache holds the power of Calzone, and Calzone is just whoever is currently possessed by the mustache. And my proof of this is the picture I have from last Safari Week of Calzope, Soap the Bubble with the mustache on, and he's Calzope, and it was like a little Polaroid. That's my proof, but I can't find it, and I believe that there is a cover-up happening. Someone doesn't want this information out there. But that's my theory. My theory is that Calzone is stored in the mustache. Cal, this one knows too much. Wait. I'm really happy because today, early on the stream, we found Shiny Teddiursa, which is one of my targets, and I caught it. And I'm extra happy because it released us from the prison of one of the worst layouts I've ever seen. You guys are all coming here from an Absol stream, so I'm sure you all are familiar. You're looking for Stantler? Oh, do you want an answer to that? Guys, here is a brief flashbang warning. You're about to see what the layout looked like the exact moment I found Teddiursa. I don't get rid of a layout during Safari Week until I find a shiny. This lasted for 2.5 days. It was genuinely torturous in here. 110 images. I need some expert opinions from Absol viewers. Is this the worst you've ever seen? Or have there been worse layouts than this? Because me personally, I know that this is a record. This is a record for worst layout I personally have ever had. This is the worst? This is pretty strong? Worse? Easy? Yeah, I didn't like that prison of my own making. But we're free now. So I'm really happy about that Teddiursa. Very thankful. Not only was it a target, not only did I catch it, but it also freed us from prison. It took like 2.5 days. And that layout happened real fast, like in the last couple hours of day one. We weren't even at half odds yet when it happened. It just kind of snowballed. Chat went a bit insane. This will be shiny hunting in 2025. I think I'm gonna print it. I want to immortalize it somehow on like a shirt. I know there's that meme of like the I survived insert thing here and all I got was this shirt, but like I think it might be funnier if it's literally just like a pitch black shirt and that's on it and no other text or context or anything. I'm hoping to find Quagsire and have it run away. I want to see a Quagsire in Platinum that runs away every Safari Week. Be like a little running joke with us. In the merch store? Yeah, we'll see how long it lasts before it gets copyright struck by any number of things that are depicted on the image. What'll get us first? One Piece? Open Season? Willem Dafoe? But yeah, my main targets are Stantler, which I want to reclaim because it's run from me like 4 times. Natu in Hoenn would be awesome. I am mad at Skyfish Jack. He stole it from me. This is 2012 shiny hunting. He stole my target. Thanks for the follows, everyone, by the way. Also, so I was planning on ending stream the exact second that you guys showed up. So I'm not going to go for too much longer. I do need to eat, but we are getting some bonus here. I'm planning on coming back for a second stream today. Taking a midday break. If you're all here from the raid and you're all new here, if you plan on sticking around for streams, I will warn you in advance. I write books, and I do not shut up about them. I talk about them forever. I promise it's not only advertising. Part of it definitely is advertising, but I just genuinely like them a lot, and a lot of people in chat have read them and like them a lot too, so we will talk about these endlessly, and if you find that annoying, I'm sorry. That's on me, that's my bad. It's not a typical Shiny Hunting stream here. I am genuinely obsessed with those. We talk about them a lot. Hopefully you don't feel like you're missing too much context. I try to make it newcomer friendly when I talk about them. Oh, we got book lore. Speaking of. Any shinies? No, and no. Alright, guys. Who, what, where are we talking about? This is, a clone wearing a clone suppressor helmet from Thrones 2 and 3. They just kinda, so if any clone is led astray, they get a clone suppressor helmet slapped onto them, or if they have any mutations when they're created, like blindness, or if they're deaf, then a suppressor helmet can be used instead of repressing them to augment them and allow them vision or hearing. Because a lot of clones necessarily are born with mutations because of reasons in the book where a character is looking for beneficial mutations. Read Thrones of Time. Skyfish Jack wants me dead? I want him dead. Someone needs to book out an arena. We're gonna fight to the death. Who won? You decide. Epic Jack battles of history. Jack versus Gremlin. Begin. They're lying, but I guess I have to kill you. That's the rules. I think that's the rules. Oh, Skyfish Jack's talking about the 10 medieval torture methods they would use on you. One time, as a kid, I was on vacation with my parents, and there was a torture museum, and we didn't have enough money to all get tickets to the torture museum, so I was sent in alone to report back my findings. And very interesting experience as a kid to walk alone around a torture museum. History of torture. Crazy place. Yeah, like the Brazen Bull. Epic Jack battles of history is crazy. Yeah, if you don't know I'm talking about Skyfish Jack, that sounds like something else. This explains a lot, actually, for your books. Funnily enough, I never used a single one of the torture mechanisms I learned at the Torture Museum for the books. At least I don't think so. Because all of the torturing in the books is like sci-fi fantasy style. Like the remote that makes you experience anguish. The one that stuck with me most from the Torture Museum is like a triangular prism that you sit on, and then they put weights around your ankles. And they like weigh you down on the triangular prism until you slowly split in half because of the weight. That's the one that stuck with me the most. They really had nothing to do back in the day. Medieval times, they're like, dang, I don't have TikTok. What do I do? We should torture a guy. Click immediately. Someone did make an edit of the Click cover, but with Ray. During the Freaky Ray stream. There is not, player, no. Why do people keep comparing Ray to Click? Because he's got a remote. Yeah, put it in memes. Let's get a reminder. The guy who was commissioned to invent the Brazen Bull was the first person it was used on? That's crazy. He put his money where his mouth was. It's there. Memes. Yep, there it is. Why is there a Wiimote version? Yeah, here it is. Freaky Ray. Be hilarious if the Raymote was just a Wiimote. Hey, so is this I'm looking at art moment. Is this Lin-Manuel Miranda as a Teddy Ursa? I almost instinctively put this on the layout, but earlier today I said that I was going to put my foot down and learn to start saying no, and that I wouldn't let the layout become like it was. And I have a feeling that this would open the floodgates if I put it on the layout. So I'm just not going to. That is horrifying, thank you. We're not letting it become like it was. If you want a reminder of what we are avoiding here, remember, we're not going back to this. I refuse to go back to this. We're not going back. We're safe now. Sarah would see a Wii and be like, what the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, it'd be green again. Come on, guys. Bold text on top that says never forget. If I'm gonna do text, it's gonna be under. It's gonna be underneath it. And it's just gonna say Stantler in all lowercase Arial font, uncentered. With an extra space between one of the letters. Insane, Opal Tokyo. Yeah, you know what? Let me make a mock-up of the shirt right now. If I do a shirt, it's gonna look like this. Hold on. My computer's gonna cough up a lung because I'm about to open up Photoshop. If I do decide to turn this thing into a shirt, alright, this is what it'll look like. Put that there. Arial, yeah. Hold on, let me cook. Let me cook. Where's the funniest place for a space to be? Yeah. Oh my god, PNG bomb. I did not realize it'd be this big. Yeah, that's a Dhelmise hanging from a command strip hook. So you guys can actually see my room now that my thing isn't all covered up. This would be the shirt. If I do make it, it would be this, and that's it. Stantler. I don't think any print-on-demand shirt company would be able to print this image. I don't think it would be possible. We have to test. Stantler. I'll do like a test print, see if it works, and then I'll put that on the merch store. AJ keeps saying like we need to design new merch and do like a merch drop, and he's like thinking like high quality, well designed stuff, and I'm just gonna throw that on there. Hold on. Did you just say that? Did you really just... The Twink Towers? Shield mode? Why is shield mode on? Why is shield mode on? Oh my god. Guys, hold on, give me a second. Hold on, give me a second. I need to modify this image. Call me the ending of Void Jumpers 1. The way I want to destroy a twink. I can't breathe. It hurts. Belle, watch out! Oh my god. Oh, I just started sweating profusely. We shouldn't have streamed 20 minutes longer than I planned to. Check the secret channel. Oh, I'm in pain. I want to laugh so much harder, but I'm in pain. I'm in pain. Oh my god. You know what? 22:44 is a good number to end at. We streamed for 22 minutes extra. We're not keeping these on the layout. There's no shot I'm keeping those on the layout. Guys, it's been good. Thanks for sticking around if you're still here from the raid. Let's immediately send you to somewhere else. Who's live? I will be back for a second stream later today. Yo, Blue Vector. Wait, hold on. Yes. Jack. Okay, let's raid Jack actually. We're so Jack. Guys, have fun over there. I will return after I take a lunch break. And also hang out and chill out a bit because it's getting pretty hot, so I need to cool down. I'll return for a second stream later today. Let's see if we can get a second shiny today. Okay, bye. Thanks so much for sticking around. You guys are awesome. Hooray, I love Safari Week.